Hello, my name is Marcus. I'm the compiler of a collection of therapy quotes entitled 1001 Windmills of the Mind, a collection of advanced self-help quotes taken from what's often called the psychodynamic or the psychoanalytic perspective, which long ago, as I understand it, was referred to by some as philosophical medicine or narrative medicine, helping one to be their own story doctor, their own narrative medicine, existential, psychological, emotional detective, to know thyself, helping one to know themselves. But this tradition of trying to know ourselves has been around for a long time, of course. For example, almost 3,000 years ago, the sage Confucius said to his students once, "Dear students, when I'm in a party of three, I always have two teachers. To the one I admire, I study from him and learn from him. To the other, in whom I see traits that I don't like, I search for those very same traits in myself." So back then, Confucius was talking about projection. That's a psychological mechanism of the mind to help. So psychic defenses are operations of the mind, maneuvers of the mind, mental mechanisms that the psyche, the person, engages in when there's too much pain. So if we were to admit something about ourselves, whereby doing so would bring up too much painful memories, and we can't handle it, we don't have enough of an ego to understand it all, and maybe it's just overwhelming or something, and you know, maybe the baby felt very angry, what happened, that's coming up, so we can't recognize it. So the trick is, something about you, it's there, but to not feel the anxiety or the psychic pain around it, if it's being triggered or it's coming up somehow. The trick is, you just attribute or say or think or believe or make up somehow that the thing that you possess, you project, like you just a selective attention to outward, denial inward. It's like a mind thing, it's like a sleight of mind, I guess. And you just say and then believe and think and put your attention in your fantasy that someone else possesses those things about yourself. So if the person feels somehow ashamed or guilty or something, or bad or defective, he couldn't save his mother, maybe he thought he had to save his mother, couldn't, he failed, he felt guilty or something, or maybe he was punished for something and felt badly by that. So you may have some kind of unconscious sense of shame within, or inferiority complex within. But you don't want to admit it because it goes against, it goes against our needs that we have in development to feel loved and important with the mother, so we can develop. So we don't want to admit that pain, and we want to believe that we're still important by fantasy in a thing called the illusion of the false, grandiose part self, or narcissism, or chasing the ego ideal, or some kind of image called the ego ideal, or the glorified self, the idealized self, taking refuge in the old archaic belief that once upon a time in the uterus the baby was on the throne. So you kind of refer to that, and that preserves your feeling of importance. So we need that kind of developmental process where the baby is important, and he is on the throne in the uterus, and for 18 months afterwards, finally dissipates at 18 months. So, but if the truth is he's hurt and damaged inside, that means he can't develop, or the pain of not getting love to develop, the pain of losing himself. So, as a defense against psychic pain, emotional pain, the trick is, although you have it, if you somehow just make yourself believe and attribute that someone else has it, someone else is no good. Just keep it simple, no good or something. Now it's still within that you feel no good, but to not feel it, you say someone else is it. So you find a substitute other to fill in, like a stand-in for yourself, basically, and you give it to them. That's called projection. And then the next part is, you believe that that person has the identity, that their identity is someone who possesses the thing that you projected. Okay? And then now you want to see a demonstration of it, to convince yourself and to see your unloved, shamed self externalized somehow. So if you believe the other person possesses the thing that you denied in yourself, and then have that identity for them, assign that identity for them, okay? And then sometimes you just leave it like that and you're satisfied, or sometimes you want to confirm it, so you coax them, prod them, interact with them with that belief. That kind of puts a pull or a pressure on the other person, and then you're playing games and gotcha games and mislead them, being passive aggressive, make them annoyed. See, look how angry they are. They're defective. They're ashamed. They're no good. See how weak they are, and vulnerable they are, and see how they got angry. So you saw something about yourself, your shame and anger, externalized. So you coax someone else to feel shame and anger, or powerless and helpless, or embarrassed, or something. So you want to get someone to express what you're denying. So that's the externalization of what's within, to not feel that it's within, i.e. projection. And so that's just one example. So usually speaking, if you have negative attitudes towards others, a lot of emotion, and you're invested in it, and you're trying to sell it and all this, chances are talking about yourself, and that's the way not to feel the pain of the memory of not getting one's needs met early on. Okay, so the baby has needs, of course. It's needs for a secure attachment style, rhythm of safety, mother's attunement, mother's reverie, mother's positive response, mother's presence, mother's like a communication. Now yesterday, please go to yesterday's video, still being uploaded actually, number 41. Please go to that last one. Please refer to the last video, the quote about Pine, by Miss Pines. Dorothy, is it Dorothy? Somebody Pines, D. Pines. Go to the D. Pines quote about the skin-to-skin contact. Because when the baby's in the uterus, the baby's one with the mother. It's all merged. And the baby has a thing called infantile megalomania, narcissism. He doesn't understand that he's a separate person inside his mother who's a separate person. He's there, and he thinks it's just all him. And the power of the mother, he thinks is his power. And he's like the center of it all, and everything's there for him, or everything is him. Is he like the universe? Is he like the center of the universe? Is he like a god or something? Is he on the throne? Everything serves him, and it's just him in this illusionary, blissed out, ecstatic state where his needs are all automatically met constantly. Hold on a second. It's okay. All right. I'm in a. It's sort of hit and miss with this restaurant, if there's guests or not. I can still hear the conversations beside me, but actually, that they just moved, so I might be able to move down there. Let's see, is that better? Hold on a sec. Yeah, maybe I can move down. Hold on a sec. Is that better? Not really. But yeah, okay, let's move it over here. Let me get my bag. Hold on a sec. Let's do this. Hold on a sec. Just give me a quick sec here. Sorry about that. That? I guess that's a little species. This is my third time at this spot here, yeah. Popular little, yeah, I found this by accident, yeah. A popular little place, actually, yeah. They're very decorative. They got two sections, this sort of side section that I'm in here now, and the main section back over there. Look, you don't care about that. So back to Dorothy of Pines. She makes an important point. So the baby's communicating with his mother, even though he may think the mother's him, or it's just there to serve him. and everything's for him. Infantile megalomania, unconditional hallucinatory omnipotence. Omnipotence of thought, or a little gesture, or sensation. It's a sensation. Wish, need, gets met. Whoa, magic man, magic baby. So he thinks it's all him. Eyes are closed, floating around in the amniotic sac. You know, everybody is born with their embodiment, and when you have your embodiment, you have your feelings. That's the golden ball, the radiance, the animation of your sense of feeling. If you're in your body, you feel pretty good. So there's the golden ball, the vibrancy, the aliveness, radiate. It kind of radiates. You feel alive. You feel real and alive. In other words, in the beginning, we feel real and alive. That's the basic normal state, right? We feel real and alive. So the image is the golden ball, radiates sunshine and all this. So the baby feels alive, real, in the present, and needs automatically met. Right? Food gets sound. The food gets sent down the center vein just in time, right on time. For the waste elimination, that spirals up the other veins, upward to the placenta, which literally metabolizes everything, and it's all rhythmic and smooth. And the mother, of course, is the power behind this, all this. But the child doesn't get that yet. He thinks it's just him in there. So he has the thing called the unico mystica. You under this big, powerful mystery, and he feels special and important. Oh, back to that annoying. I'm so tired of this chosen phrase. Oh my God, does he feel chosen? Let's do another sidebar here. Somebody said that each person being here. Somebody said, some mathematician or statistician or somebody said that the chances are for a person like who's here, anybody who's here, the chances of that happening for that person was 1 in 400 trillion. I don't know the details. So each person is here, and the odds of that were 1 in 400 trillion. So the Great Spirit out there creating everything, and you're here. Well, maybe you're kind of chosen. You can think of it that way. The point is, the child feels special. He feels really like one in this powerful thing, like a king or a god. Hence the idea of the phrase "His Majesty the Baby" or something like that. So, okay, this is so he feels real and alive. He's got his feelings. Needs automatically met. No interruptions. No blockages. Or now again, assuming he's in what's called a welcoming womb, meaning he's not experiencing any kind of prenatal distress syndrome, right? Like a mother arguing too much or drinking too much or going to heavy metal concerts or something. Child scared, kicks around, twists the cord, can't breathe, panic. Mother says, look, baby's going to be a little baby inside, is going to be a future soccer star. That's called soul blindness. The mother's soul blind, doesn't recognize the baby's situation or feelings and needs. And then he's in a panic, and mother's saying, hey, look, he's going to be a soccer star. Mother doesn't say, oh, baby's distressed here or something. Maybe I should leave the heavy metal concert. So, and there are other factors that can lead to prenatal distress syndrome. So we mentioned them previously. Well, let's not do that here. In recent videos, we did a bit about the prenatal issue actually in recent videos. See, we got 60 topics here on the go, so it's always hard to kind of, try to capture the basic idea of the 60 points. I got to kind of limit it somehow. Yeah, so assuming the baby isn't experiencing prenatal distress syndrome, assuming he didn't receive any kind of prenatal shock trauma in the uterus, then he froze up there, numb, petrified, turned to stone, feels unreal, feels numb, feels flat. Okay, then he can still go through the motions. He might still develop physically and all this, but his inner life is all stuck like that. Someone called it emotional catatonia, emotional coma, emotional hypothermia. And in fairy tales and myths, this is when a character turns to stone or becomes a statue or frozen or petrified. Go to the, for example, in the Narcissus myth, Echo, meaning the soul of a person, turns to a statue. Faithful John's story, one of the Grimm stories that Robert Bly likes to tell. Faithful John is a symbol for a person's embodiment. And your body's faithful to you. It's going to respond to how you treat yourself. So there's a body-mind connection. So the whole body turned to statue. So Faithful John became a statue. So a lot of times, these images, petrified frog image, okay, petrification, like stuck like that, like stiff, frightened stiff. This whole, not totally gone. Wow, it's just a ballpark approximation metaphor. We feel like it, like as if we feel as if like that, right? It's not literal. We don't take it literally. Metaphors. Some myths and fairy tales are metaphors for inner dynamics. Myths and fairy tales are true on the inside, not on the outside. Myths and fairy tales are like soul stories. They come from like a dream world, the primary process mentation world. Okay, and this is called, this primary process mentation is different. Okay, it's pictorial, no time, things can flip, Alice in Wonderland. This can stand for that. You thought that was there, no, it's there. It's all ups down, because of the fusion. It's baby self-concept, mother self-concept. It's all blurred up, so things can flip around easily. So for example, let's say the child is traumatized very early on with the fusion still there, the undifferentiation still there. See, the fusion, in the beginning it's the fusion. The child's self is blurred with the mother. He needs enough love to feel safe, to hatch, have a self-concept that kind of hatches out of the fusion. It's like a birth kind of. So now we're moving to the psychological birth. So the biological birth, we know about that, but the psychological birth, the fusion is still there for the first 4 to 5 months. If he feels safe with the oneness of the mother, and has like a positive interaction with the mother, loved by the mother, seen by the mother, babies need maternal presence, not presence. Ask a newborn baby, what would you rather have? Skin to skin, warm contact, breastfeed, normal breastfeeding, mother's holding in her arms, she loves you, she's totally there for you, and she's all just there for you, because she's going to be completely attuned and have a presence for you and sees you, and she'll soothe you, and she'll delight in you being there, and you'll record all that. Would you rather have that presence, or would you rather have a $1 billion golden crib or something? Of course, so babies need your presence, not your presence. I'm borrowing that from the self-help line. Children need your presence, not your presence. So babies need this presence. Okay, nice. Oh, there's that pool I was talking. Yeah, well, the first time I was here, I couldn't show you that little pool there. It's full of So we were talking about assuming the baby doesn't experience prenatal shock trauma. You know, one example of the prenatal shock trauma maybe was that Maynard Krebs character in the old sitcom The Many Loves of Dobie Gillis. They did an episode about Maynard, why he was so sensitive and he had the odd habit of collecting petrified frogs. So maybe it was him saying, like an artwork, I feel like this, everybody help, I feel like this. Or maybe, and then they did an episode about him where three shrinks came on talking about him. And one of them, was a comedy, right? One said, he's got the Mutra complex. The Mutra mother, I mean, when a baby doesn't get enough love to leave them, that's the mother complex. You're stuck with the mother. It's called adhesive. This crazy glue identification where you cross over and identify with her, and you can't leave her. So it's the merging is still there. You reject yourself and you act like her. That's the mother complex. So if you're traumatized in the uterus, or you're already born with the mother complex, basically. So maybe Maynard Krebs had that kind of issue. But this the other shrink, the second shrink, was the lady one. And there was two fellows and one lady. The lady said it, I think. He's got prenatal trauma, which led to emotional catatonia, and that's why he's so sensitive, because he's frozen in that very delicate, thin, vibrant, sensitive area. He's one with the whole thing. He's born with that, extends it. So that's why it made him kind of sensitive. Oh, a little bad luck here. I can leave. I'm just about to leave. Were you wanting to use this? It's okay. You sure? Yeah. Oh. They were checking out. She was looking around. Jeez, I hope I didn't. Let's see. Let's make sure. No, it's okay. They're going to choose at the other end. That's good, yeah. Although it is a little more private on this end, yeah. Okay, hold on. Hey guys! No, seriously, I don't want... Are they leaving?
Oh, sorry.
Hey guys! No, seriously, I'll be just leaving in like in 2 minutes. You can have that spot.
We're just viewing the condo.
Yeah, oh, you're checking the condo. No, oh, yeah. Okay, I was worried. I didn't... No, I'm glad I didn't, interrupt anything. Good, okay. Oh, they're not even wanting to... Oh, they said that they're inspecting the condos above here. Are there condos above here? I didn't even notice. Jesus. Oh yeah, that's right. This is part of a condo complex. That's right. Oh, I see. So the condo shopping, I just peeked in. They didn't want to eat or anything. Okay, good. Oh my God, I would have a bad feeling if I scared away a potential customer for these guys. Yeah. But they reassured me, no, it's nothing to do with that. Right? Okay, hold on a second. Okay, so let's assuming the baby doesn't experience prenatal shock trauma where he freezes up in the uterus and just goes through the motions in life, and then that's a sad thing, right? Now, in the prenatal distress syndrome, he's all very stressed out. Maybe not fully traumatized, but he's stressed out. But that would make him vulnerable to becoming frozen if there are complications at the birthing, the delivery. Because he's vulnerable and sensitive already, and if there are complications at birth, so he's like predisposed or almost, it'll be easier for him to be birth traumatized at the birth time, and he'll freeze up there. So we don't want the baby to be weakened, in a weakened, frightened state when he's coming out of more frightening, the canal and all this. So we don't want the child to have. Now, if the child is weak. Frightened in the uterus, and he comes out, and the mother can still adjust it. So if the baby latches on, she can prevent trauma. Okay, let's just say the child has his paradise. Okay, so this is called paradise. When the baby has the oceanic feeling, floating around, oceanic bliss, oceanic oneness, one of the big powerful. Someone called it, we don't know what to call it, but Robert Bly calls it ecstasy, that your baby's in ecstasy, but not like the way it's commonly understood. The child's just in a happy kind of blissful state, no one knows what to call it. So usually it's just called the Garden of Eden, Shambhala, Shangri-La, Nirvana, Avalon, some kind of, like you're in a happy, you're in a garden. Beautiful day or summer picnic with your family, everybody's happy, smiling. The baby's in a kind of happy kind of place like that, right? So he's considered to be in paradise, in other words. He's in heaven, put it that way. He's in heaven in paradise. That's the idea of heaven. He's in heaven if he's in this blissful state. Okay, now when he is biologically born, that fusion, that indifferentiation, that paradise, that interaction between the baby and the mother, that communication between the baby and the mother, right? Baby, cord, placenta, mother, mother, placenta, cord, baby, baby, placenta, baby, cord, placenta, mother, mother, placenta, cord, baby, baby, cord, placenta, mother, mother, placenta, cord, baby, do, re, mi, 1, 2, 3, A, B, C. It's smooth, it's melodic, and there's like a flow, musical, rhythmic, kind of easy, a lullaby, maybe kind of flow or something, whatever it is. But the communication's taking place. Baby, mother to the baby, baby to the mother. So there's this exchange that's taking place. So baby's being fed, needs being met. So that's the normal state of affairs, right? Now when he comes out of the birth, right, he's got that kind of thing's got to continue, and what's called the extended social womb. Babies need an extended paradise. They need an extended Garden of Eden. They need an extended Shangri-La, Shambhala, Avalon, whatever phrase we want to use. He needs that mother-infant dual unity where that kind of communication between the two was taking place. So that communication was easy and smooth in the uterus, right? Baby's cord, placenta, mother. It was kind of smooth like that. Now, the continuation of it, as I understand it, has 3 parts. For the extended paradise, well, first of all, leave the cord, leave the placenta, still pulsating, cord belongs to him, placenta belongs to him, placenta connects him to the mother, leave it all there. It's called a lotus birth. Imagine the beautiful lotus flower. Beautiful flower, right? It's got the stem and the pod. My baby, cord, placenta. So keep it all there. Barring emergencies, my disclaimer, I'm not a doctor and all this. But ideally, just hand the baby directly to the mother, skin-to-skin contact, smells, room is warm. Don't weigh the baby, don't remove the baby. See, at the moment of birth, Klaus and Kennel emphasized that the mother produces lots of hormones to help the baby latch and attach and create the fusion. And the mother needs that fusion for her to understand and pick up the baby's signals. Because when the baby, when he comes out, he's looking for the nipple. He has this innate drive, all of his desire and his attention. Where's the breast mother? Where's the nipple? He's trying to suckle and create the latching, and that's a suckling. And then the nerves in the child line up and fizzle in with the nerves to the mother, and it creates like a cable line. So that cable line is to let the music play on. Let the music play on. I got a line with you. So the song, our song for this is Barry White's "Let the Music Play On." And the rock band Spirit, they have a song called "I Got a Line on You." I just changed it. I got a line with you. Mother says, "I got a line with you, baby." "Oh, thank you, mother. I feel this line with you. I got this line with you. We got this line together. Now the communication can flow. Baby, nerves to the mother. Mother, back to the nerves to the baby." So he's being that communication, this pre-verbal communication is going on, where he's being fed, seen, reverie, attunement, mother soothing, and picks up the signals, understands the baby, and this kind of paradise interaction takes place. So the baby needs a positive maternal holding environment, a positive maternal experience, and all this. That's the paradise. The paradise continues. Klaus Kennel was saying, yeah, don't leave the cord and the placenta, hand the baby to the front within half an hour on that, or it could be immediate, could be up. He said the upper limit is 45 minutes or something. Anyways, maybe nudge him if it's more than that, I guess. But the baby's looking for the nipple. He expects it. He has his innate, all of his life force is there for that. So don't betray him with the rubber nipple, because there's no nerve lines in there. You broke the communication. Baby sends signals. It goes to the rubber nipple in the plastic bottle. And like, what's that? Like some kind of stone thing. His first mother's a stone. Who are you? A stray? He's in rage. And projects his rage and creates some kind of monster in his brain. So that's a huge betrayal. So the mother was in the baby's brain. The bad breast mother is seen as alluring, enticing, and then rejecting. The promise, then the rejection. So he's bonded to both, the hope and the rejection. Very complicated situation like this, right? Yeah, so Klaus and Kennel were saying that the hormones are a time-sensitive issue, and if the baby's removed, the mother's Well, first of all, if the baby's removed, poof, where's his mother? Baby doesn't understand time. He's disconnected from the mother. Where's his mother? No time. Oh my God, no mother. He's abandoned. He freezes up inside. Okay, there's the emotional hypothermia, turned to stone, petrification, feeling numb, unreal, flat, wooden, okay, velveteen rabbit. I feel unreal. The carpenter who took a block of wood and carved out this little boy and then was praying for the toy boy to come to life. So the child will feel unalive, unreal, etc. Oh, it's some kind of a... Okay, never mind. Yeah, so forget about the scale. Who cares about the scale? Forget about the scale. You're going to traumatize a baby for some bureaucratic number on, it's a meaningless number on a form. Forget about the scale. Don't weigh the baby. Hand the baby. Weigh him on his birthday if you want. Weigh him some other, don't weigh him at that time. Don't remove him, barring emergencies and all this. Okay, leave the cord in the placenta. So what if it looks messy? Put a sheet over the cord. They say the placenta might come out a day later or 2 days later. Fine. They say put it in the bowl. The bowl can sit on the bed beside the mother. Put a lid over the bowl, but allow some space for the cord. Okay. That keeps this continuity, the connection. And there's still, the cord is still pulsating a little bit. There's still some flow going on. It's still that little cycle, that echo cycle. Give them time to make that transition from the water world to the land world. Don't be so abrupt and shock them and cut that and remove the cord and all this. Jesus. If the cord in the placenta stays, he's placed on the front, he latches on, he starts suckling, then he gets used to the new land world. Then the cord placenta drop off on their own accord. That's fine now because he's already established the new continuity of the paradise. Then he can let go of the older paradise, and now he has the new land paradise. He needs the continuation of the paradise. We don't want a disruption in the paradise. Now, that's part of it. The most important part of it is the communication during the breastfeeding. Okay. So mother picks up the signals, she responds, feeds according to baby's needs. No schedule, no, oh my God, no bottle powder, barring emergencies. So that's a big part of the paradise continuing. I think that's the most important part of it all. But just for insurance, the other two parts is, baby sees mother's eyes. What does he see? Does he see acceptance and welcoming spirit from the mother's eyes? Because they're still fused. So how she sees him, it's the memory set in. That's how he sees himself. The way the mother treats him, the wiring gets laid in, set. That's how that's part of his mind now. Okay. And the third one, maybe also important, is Pine's one. This is a new one. Yesterday's video, the Pine's one. Skin-to-skin contact, because it's through the skin. The skin serves like the bridge or the medium. So when the baby's smells, sensations, warmth, right, the whole, he recreates the oneness of the mother. The skin-to-skin contact recreates the whole body oneness of the mother. Okay? And then there's a pre-verbal communication between the baby and the mother, and it's through the skin, of course. The skin's like the medium, like this. The skin's in between the two, right? So you need that phase of the fusion, and the skin is in that. And if you get that back and forth pre-verbal communication between the mother and the baby, it goes back and forth. I guess the nursing's a part of it, and the eye contact's a part of it. So you need that pre-verbal communication to take place back and forth like this. If that takes place, okay, for 4 to 5 months on average, then the child can have a sense of self as distinct and unique, and he has an identity, psychological self, ontological self, psychological, moving towards a psychological birth. So now he's getting that differentiation of who he is. The mother's a person, he's a person, a separate people. I mean emotionally, not just cognitively, like intellectually, like emotionally, a feeler. And he has that kind of identity, felt identity. I feel, therefore I am, ontological self. So that then then there's the boundaries, the psychological boundary between the self and the other, and that's normal development. Now, if that's missing, if that pre-verbal communication through the skin, breastfeeding, eye contact, if it's flawed and all, it's not good enough, quote unquote, not good enough, the child does adhesive, glue-like fusion with the mother in a panic because he can't let go of the mother. So he becomes her in a desperate attempt to don't leave mother. I gotta have her. So he never gets a chance to separate. That's a huge issue because then he feels shamed by this, not getting love to know himself. He feels shamed by this. Okay. Then later on, if he has all these insult terms about others, you're this, you're that, you're no good this, you're bad this, you're ashamed this, they have dictionary put down terms. He's talking about himself by that time, because he can't feel it within. Okay, so it's an immense feeling of shame to not get mother's love. So what about his embodiment? What about his authentic core? Okay, word of the year, Merriam-Webster Company, 2023, authentic. So the child had an authentic emerging core for his identity. Okay. Earth opens up, this core gets pulled down into the underworld, unconscious, repressed. Okay, the backdrop is shame, the emotion of shame. Okay, the hell scene is a metaphor for the emotion of shame. This burning shame is a burning, biting feeling. Okay, so the hell scene reflects that the baby was shamed. Now he's enraged at the mother at the same time. So he's going to create some image in his brain of the mother somehow and morph it into some kind of monster, enraged, scary entity. So that's what the mother was. So this could be the guy with the horns who pulled Miss Core down. This could be a monster, any kind of like the Cyclops in the Odyssey, or Hansel and Gretel, which wants to eat the people. Any kind of frightening monster, devouring, enraged character that wants to gobble the baby up, kind of thing. So that's so he can't know himself by that, right? So he feels very unloved, very rejected, very defective, and all this. So later on, if he says very strong negative things about others, they're this, they're that, and don't look at the reality of their situation. Just give them the label, because that's a trick to not feel that label that you're giving yourself, kind of thing, as a description of how you feel, kind of thing. So that's important by Pines, yeah. So pre-verbal communication between the baby and the mother. There's got to be a pre-verbal, and she says this is somatic, like the whole body, and it's through the body to body, and the child feels emotionally one. So the paradise continues with the skin-to-skin contact. So don't put a bed sheet over the two, but the child's front, skin to skin to the mother's front, at least like that, right? You get a bed sheet over the child if the room is cold or whatever, I'm not sure. But at least the front to front, like the heartbeat to heartbeat, and the front to front, at least keep that. That's probably good enough, I would think. I'm not a doctor, my disclaimer. Once again, my disclaimer, I'm not a doctor, midwife, nutritionist, doula, social worker, scientist, researcher. I only have a BA, keep that in mind. I'm the compiler of the quotes. Okay, again, these quotes are clues, brainstorming, speculations, theories, hypotheses, invitations for mutual exploration, prompts to free associate from. Maybe like they're stepping stones that can lead to better ideas. Maybe one clue can link up with another clue, and the two of them create a new insight or something out of that. So we're just exploring like this, trying to be a detective. So these quotes are helping us to be our own psychological, fill in the blank, your favorite detective. A lot of people say Columbo. So these quotes will help you to be your own. If you like the Drop Dead Diva show, you can say these quotes are helping you to be your own psychological Jane Bingham, right? Or psychological Perry Mason, or psychological Columbo. These quotes are helping us to raise consciousness, to give us some light, like a lantern to the unconscious. Like the unconscious, everything is suppressed. Those memories early on, we're not aware of, but it is remembered. These templates, these schemas, these memories are there. It's amnesic memory. It's the unthought known. The unthought thought. Or no, the unknown known. The unthought known. Like it's there, but we don't know it. That's unconscious. So the baby remembers all these things that are taking place. The baby remembers that the mother was visituned, malattuned, soul blind. Yeah. So the baby comes out of the uterus. Mother, hello. Well, here I am. Oh, good. Latch, everything good. Paradise continues. Skin to skin communication, nursing communication. And I think, yeah, what's her name? Mary Ayers or something. She has a whole book about the mother's loving gaze, this whole topic about, because if the baby looks at mother's eyes and she's resentful or didn't want to be a mother, oh, according to her, the mother's rejecting eyes. He'll feel rejected right there. It's powerful through the eyes like that, right? So the baby is very tender and sensitive to all this. He's going to understand who he is by the mother's attitude towards him. You know, so yeah, she makes a big point about the eyes. Others talk about it through the breastfeeding, and Pines talks about it through the skin-to-skin contact. So just for insurance, let's have all three there. Jeez. So leave the cord, leave the placenta, skin-to-skin contact, and let's prepare the mother before she has a baby. Are you really wanting this baby? How are you feeling about it? So we have a quote about a woman who says, I'm not really sure about this. Let me see the shrink first. A young lady went to the shrink, and the shrink said to her after some time, oh yeah, you're letting me know what your childhood was like. What do you mean? You're letting me know what kind of mother you had and how it felt being with her. What do you mean? You're putting me in the role of you, and you're acting like her, and I feel a kind of tug and a push to maybe feel what you felt with her. She got it. She got it. And then she mourned the greatest hurt of all. Mother failed me. Okay. Mother was so blind and failed to provide a secure attachment stop. So she got that she didn't get the positive experience. And the recognition of it and the safety of your caring witness and all this allows you to absorb in some positive side of the mother. Then you heal repetition compulsion. She doesn't need to repeat it onto her child. So there's a thing called repetition compulsion when a person's traumatized. So let's take that example with the mother. If she didn't go to the shrink, theory is what she would do is have the baby. That's a new situation. If she's traumatized herself, she replays her trauma using the child like as a stand-in for her. In the new situation, she plays the memory of mother shaming her. In new situations, she just replays. Trauma is in a state of timelessness. A trauma means repeat to get the love, but there's no time. So every situation, you kind of replay that with the fantasy that if you replay it, because there's no time, maybe you can get the love that was needed. So she'll see her original self as a baby onto her baby, have the memory, the record, the recording that mother shamed them, but it's too painful to always be reminded of mother hurting them. So she plays the shaming mother. Cass projects her shame self onto her own baby, and then is loyal to her mother by acting like her. The memory said mother shamed her. She'll play the shaming mother who shames her, so she gets the baby to play her. So the behavior is she's shaming the baby, thinking she's shaming herself, because she sees herself on the baby as a defense mechanism to not constantly feel the pain of being shamed by the mother. So she places the baby like as a proxy character to stand in for her. So the child is scapegoated by this, of course, using the child to meet her unconscious needs, to have the fantasy they can change her past. So let's clarify a point here. Very important point that we've been presenting throughout the series is a thing called repetition compulsion, a key major thread here. It all begins by Paul Levy-Russell. TQ 2119. Let's check the time here. Wait a second. Let's check. Battery's okay. Okay. 35. Paul Levy-Russell, yeah. So, in nature, right, we know this, right? When there's something's wounded in nature, it's built in with the evolution that when something's wounded, it's going to try to heal. Right? Like if the trees, if the animal's wounded, he'll go off and lick his wounds somewhere. He's trying to heal. We're always trying to heal. If the tree's wounded, there'll be some kind of sap coming out. It's trying to heal. We're always trying to heal. Oh, humans are part of nature. We're from nature. Come on, right? We're 70% salt water. The Earth's 70% salt water. We're from this Earth, right? Obviously. So if we're wounded, how do we heal? Well, baby had needs, right? Well, get those needs. Now the confusion is the baby's brain doesn't know time, but the trauma activates. Repeat, get those needs. But he had the experience of mother not meeting his needs. That's the pain. That's the trauma. Well, get those needs. But the present and the replay in the present is not the past, but the brain. That part of the brain doesn't know time. And it's that part that clicks into the nature's drive for healing. We'll get those needs. It's like a little confusion like that, right? So he tries again to get mother's needs in the present with somebody else or something. Or communicates what happened to them as a cry, as a plea to say, look what happened to me, can someone help me? Cry for love. So he's going to reenact that interaction with others in the present again and again and again throughout life. Because he's still back in that primal, timeless place of not getting his needs met for the secure attachment stuff. Okay, so in summary, the catchphrase for this is attachment trauma. Attachment trauma. If the baby doesn't get a secure attachment style, skin to skin, breastfeeding, neuroblind, mother's attunement, and eye to eye, that's not good enough. That's considered attachment trauma. He didn't attach normally, securely, good enoughly. That's attachment trauma. He froze up inside. Earth opens up and his core gets pulled down. His authentic self pulls down. Now the feelings that would come about when you have your embodiment, that's the golden ball. The golden ball goes down the well. And then other versions of it, as mentioned, hypothermia, emotional catatonia, leads to a thing called affect phobia. Fear of your feelings, because feelings are linked to needs. FNN, feelings and needs. Back up a sec. In general, when needs are met, the person feels pleasant. FNN. If the needs are unmet, they'll feel unpleasant to one degree or another. FNN, feelings and needs. And then another one is, I feel, therefore I am. So the needs are for the identity. So if you have your identity, your needs got met, then you have your feelings. So I feel, therefore I am, or because I am, I can feel. I feel, therefore I am. So when the earth opens up and this core, the inner core, authentic core, gets pulled down and freezes up, likewise, the golden ball's missing. Sometimes the story is the golden ball's down a well, but it implies that's just a fragment of the psychic element. Some fairy tales can show you more elements. For example, in the Iron John story that Robert likes to tell, the embodiment was Iron John, the wild man Iron John guy, and he was in a cage with the ball. Yeah, and it's inaccessible to the person. It's locked in a cage, right? You need the key. Where's the key? Well, guess what? The key's under mother's pillow. Under the pillow, shadow, dark, unconscious. Mother's unconscious. So there's the key to why the person's golden ball and embodiment is locked in a cage. The mother used the baby in an attempt to meet her unconscious needs. And there's the key to the whole matter. So you got to face this painful truth, and then you get the key and you find yourself. Kind of. Repetition compulsion. So the child had an emerging self, like an authentic selfhood that's emerging. Its authentic self is emerging, called the emerging self. It implies the authentic real self that's emerging. Okay. So for it to emerge to his psychological birth is I feel, therefore I am this, and then that's normal development to get to I feel, therefore I am. I'm okay, you're okay. And then in normal development, the child goes through developmental phase between birth and 3. First he gets to paradise, birth to 4 to 5 months. Okay. Now the grandiosity is still there up until 18 months. So as he's hatching out, get motor skills, he runs around thinking the world is my oyster. Mother doesn't rebuff him. 18 months, grandiosity dissipates. He's not a little god anymore. He's not on the throne anymore. Never was on the throne, but he thought he was on the throne, so that naturally dissolves. So now he thinks more in the person-to-person area. Now 18 months, 36 months, the rapprochement phase, he explores further and needs to learn that it's not going to cost him his mother. So if he learns things and freaks out, he's not ready to be on his own yet, so he'll run back for emotional refueling, meaning the mother says, I'm here. Child goes, you mean I can learn myself? I can learn things? I don't lose you? So the mother functions for this function called for this role as a secure base. So in other words, the child's not supposed to be rebuffed for that. Oh, you're knowing too much. Oh, I'm not going to support you. Then he gives up. He gives up knowing himself. If it's going to cost him this way, he's not ready yet to leave the mother. He still needs the mother there, but it's in a different capacity. First 4 to 5 months, the mother's symbiotic. 4 to 5 months, 18 months, the mother doesn't rebuff him for his grandiosity, thinking the world is his oyster. And still, in particular, some authors say that's the time, in particular, when the mother sees the uniqueness more fully, and the child's got to see it through the eyes of the mother. So the mother has this delightful mystery. Wow. Ogmandino's poem, the scroll mark number 4, Nature's Greatest Miracle, the first part of it. Mother goes, oh my God, this is unique, this is amazing. Never in all of history was there ever anyone just like my child here? And the chances of him being here are 1 in 400 trillion? Whoa, it's kind of exciting. And the child sees all that. Wow, okay, I'm a me kind of thing. Okay, next one, Virginia Satir's poem, I Am Me. Okay, next one, Gibran. You know, Danny Thomas quotes Gibran. That was nice to see that. The Danny Thomas show. So the famous Gibran poem called On Children, Life's Longing for Itself. Not your possession. You don't use them as a thing. Life's longing for itself, nature's. Sometimes if you see me delayed a little bit, I'm maybe a little triggered or distracted by some of these old, tiresome, worn out, obnoxious, heard them a gajillion times, tunes. Sound like on loop, all round and round again. Luckily, I don't think the camera's going to pick up that music to make a copyright issue. It's not loud enough for that. Okay, so I won't do the whole thing about the 3 phases, the first 4 to 5 months, the importance of that egg, that kind of mother-infant dual unity, just the 2 of them. Oh yeah, during those first 4 to 5 months, don't remove the baby from the mother. Keep the skin-to-skin contact, that warmth and sensations and smells and embodiment, somatic exchange continuously. It's meant to be like a continuation of the uterus life. It's an extended uterus, just on the land version of it. So don't remove the baby. And if the mother uses the washroom, just gently carry the baby. Maybe let the baby sleep most of the time. Let him sleep on his mother's front. He feeds when the baby wants to feed. There's no problem with that, right? So it's all baby-led, all baby quote-unquote demand. I don't like that phrase, but it's all baby in response to the baby's needs. His needs get met automatically, right on time. Let the music play on. Let that rhythmic exchange back and forth instantly, right? Kind of thing. Just like in the uterus. It was all smoothly instant kind of thing. So if he gets that, then his self-concept hatches out. Now, roughly at that time, he's got motor skills. So here he is, feeling real and alive, with thinking the world is his oyster, like the mother belongs to him, the breast mother belongs to him, everything's for him. So the world, he transfers that to the world. The world is his. Enter that. The song here is everybody wants to rule the world. Nonsense. No, I hate that. Okay, not every baby is traumatized before 18 months. But if a person was traumatized before 18 months, and they didn't get that phase where they felt like they owned everything and it was all theirs, maybe there's a frustration there, and a frozen there. There may be like little fantasies. So they hear that song, but it's not everybody. But see, they project their situation on everybody. So it's psychologically insightful that way, maybe by accident, because they project themselves on everybody. They think everybody thinks like them. So they think everybody's like them. So if the person as a baby was traumatized before 18 months, they think maybe everybody has that. So the song says, oh, everybody wants to rule the world. Nonsense. Not every baby is traumatized before 18 months. A lot of babies do get past 18 months. They may freeze up post 18 months and before 36 months, but not every baby's frozen traumatized before 18 months. Yeah, so if a baby is traumatized before 18 months, the fusion is still there. He needs a positive, the negative fusion is there, or the fusion is, or the oneness was missing. See, if the trauma takes place before 4 to 5 months, where he doesn't get it, either he doesn't get enough paradise, they say he was prematurely ejected out of the mother into paradise, prematurely ejected out of the womb, the psychological egg womb. That'll lead to the bully pattern mainly. And the introverted, frightened version of that is the Iago pattern, filled with envy. And those are the unhealthy 5s on the Enneagram. And they use those with the bully pattern, the 8s, as proxies for them. So there's like this link between the 5 and the 8 on the Enneagram, where the 8 is like an external. The voyeuristic 8s, or the 5s, they wish they could be an 8. So they see 8s doing what they wish they could do. So there's that link like that. And sometimes when an unhealthy 5 feels confidence, you may see them in a bullying way, but they're usually afraid to do it. So they, in their fantasy, delight in seeing those with the bully pattern express their anger and all this, and controlling, demanding, rudeness. They wish they could. So they vicariously regard the 8 as a proxy. So proxy, someone who feels for you, plays a role for you, does something for you. So the 5s use 8s as their proxies for what they wish they could do but afraid to do, and they're like the voyeuristic place of it. And the 8 is like the exhibitionistic of it all. Okay, so one of the personality patterns, if the baby doesn't get the egg needs met, is the bully pattern, right? So the person with the bully pattern didn't get that oneness. So they're belligerent and aggressive to frighten lackeys to be one with them. So they don't expect, they want a response from someone. So that's why they scare people to get a reaction. They feel important. They got to react. That reaction, if the others feel, oh, there's someone there. So the fantasy is, oh, mother's there. Now, they never get the positive, but there's some sense of some connection to others. So they depend on other people's frightened reaction. Oh, mother's there. Now Iago, the introverted version of that, or the unhealthy 5s, the schizoidal versions of that, wish they could do that. So they associate usually with the 8s somehow, in one way or another. So the bully pattern has some kind of hope to get mother via the lackeys or something like that. It's not going to work, so they do it again and again and again. Disappointed. The first time, it'll just this loop. It'll be disappointed endlessly. Now the introverted one, yeah, actually kind of splits. There's the voyeuristic one, the 5 one, but there's a more detached, a more schizoidal detached version called the Iago pattern. They don't bother anymore. See, at least the voyeuristic one maybe has the fantasy through the 8s, but there's a more detached schizoidal one called the Iago pattern. At that point, at that place, that's the all envy. That's like mainly an envy-based personality. They had the experience that mother hated all their goodness. They identify with the envy breast, and their sense of any kind of connection to the mother is to hate goodness. because the mother hated their goodness. So they go through life hating goodness, and that's their connection to the mother. So they don't have any positive expectation to get a lackey response. That's something positive. Mothers, they've given up on trying to find mother. They just want to be deeply loyal to the mother who did that to them. So again, it's the baby's experience that counts. Baby had all this goodness, its emerging self, needs, feelings. Mother rejected it. He interpreted that as mother hating his goodness. If that leads to the crazy glue thing, they call it adhesive identification, i.e. identification with the aggressor. So the more the mother's love, the more the mother's, Fairbairn says, the more the mother's love is unavailable, the more the child clings to her. Where are you? Sticks to her. And then, okay, we gotta include here another point here. When the baby doesn't get mother's love, mother, where's your love? Mother might say, I'm angry, I don't have it, sorry. Oh, so you're crying for love. So everything's love or a cry for love. Baby says, oh mother, you're crying for love. Baby has magical thing. Well, let me save you. Let me cure you. Let me heal you. Well, what do you mean, baby? You can't do that. Well, sure I can. I'm magic, baby. I can do anything. I'll just fix you. Because you're crying for love. Plus, he needs mother's love so he can be loved, to know himself. So he wants mother to be good, so he's going to try to save her. So mother, what did you need? Mother might say, well, when I was a baby, I needed oneness with my mother, and I needed her to soothe me and be symbiotic with me and feed me and all this. Well, mother, well, hang on a sec. We're already one, right? We're already fused. I'll just play the role of that mother for you. Oh, come on, you can't do that. Yes, I can. I gotta try. I have no choice, kind of thing, huh? So the baby gives himself up, sees his shame self onto others, say others are no good, regresses to the once upon a time illusion that when he was in the uterus, he was on the throne, searches for that. That's called the search for glory, the search for fame, the search for prestige. Okay? So the fame one is Emily Dickinson's poem. Fame is a fickle food. Da da da. Even the crow even rejected it. And with wisdom, crow is the keeper of psychological wisdom. The crow rejected the fame. With ironic caw, flew off to the field, the cornfield or something. But the man took it. Okay, Piper of Hamelin's story, the mayor guy, rejected the soul, rejected feelings, hated children. He hated inner life. He kept singing the song, give me prestige, and he sang, literally sang. Terrible singer, by the way. He tried to give me prestige. Now the fame one is Karen Horney, when she talks about Peer Gynt. So Peer Gynt is always searching for the throne, wants to be the king, literally. So he was searching for glory. So that's Karen Horney's topic. So she calls that the search for glory, but in a negative way. The way selfish people want everything and rule the world and all this. So she means it in the way like the playboys and the Don Juans and the Peer Gynts are greedy and selfish, don't care about others. This kind of glory, it's a negative glory that way. Okay, so that's their sense of self. To always search for that because they think that it's an illusion. It's not real. Huge irony. The baby was never a little king or a god, but they thought that and they're searching for that. So that's their constant sense of who they are. It's an illusion. It's a fake. Okay? The flower for this is the narcissistic flower. That little white flower gives people illusions. So they're searching for that illusion, and they're invested in believing it. They create excuses otherwise to hide it. Now what fuels it is cynicism, dark humor, shaming humor, put down humor, others are no good, insulting others, shaming humor, black humor, putting the others down, fuels that grandiosity. Because their shame selves onto others. So, oh my God, yesterday's video, we did a very good quote by Edmund Burglar, one of our mentors. I kind of go to 2741, to the last quote on that list. So at this point, hit the pause button, go to 2141 and read Edmund Burglar's quote about this. Yeah, I wish I could kind of just flash it here, kind of thing, and post it up or something. Now the addictive, why it's considered addictive? So that little white flower is considered addictive. Like narcissism is named shares the same root with narcotic, drug-like thing. So the Greek storytellers were saying if a person has this psychological phenomenon, it's like when someone took that flower. I guess people took that flower back there. I don't know, they gave people this illusion and everything. Maybe they compared it like that. Right? So by the way, in the narcissistic story, right, the character turned to the flower, his soul became a statue, Echo became a statue. Again, Echo becoming a statue, and Narcissus turning that little white flower. They're not separate characters. Narcissus and Echo are just two aspects of one mind. Remember, a myth is like a dream. Every character in a myth or fairy tale is a personification of some inner element. Okay, so the unresolved fusion, okay, that's the narcissistic flower, and you're addicted to it. Because, see, the reason it's addictive because the baby had this ecstatic, blissful feeling, right? And you're always searching for that. So you get a little hit of that fusion. See, we don't remember that, but the theory is babies had a blissful, ecstatic feeling back then. Their version of it, not in a pathological way, in a normal, healthy way. But when you go back to it later on, try to revert that, then you get addicted to it. That's the problem. Okay, and then the child's soul, earth opens up, or the inner life became a statue. So the little Miss Echo, the pretty young lady, whatever, representing the soul of the person, became a statue. Now, so he gave himself up, says others are no good. He thinks he's a little god, so he says, I'm okay. Plus, he's going to imitate the mother to try to save her. So the way to have some sense of having a mother is to treat himself the way his mother treated him. So he identifies with the aggressor. That's a memory. Okay, that's a mental schema. Mental schema, let's do this one here. Mental schemas, neocortical memory networks, implicitly held memories, emotional learnings, relational expectations, emotional and relational knowings, attachment schemas, derivative narratives, embodied beliefs, patterns of neural activity, cognitive patterns, mindsets, schematic knowledge, coherent constructs, deeply embedded perceptual preconceptions, entrenched reactivity, unconscious core schemas, constructed cognitions, procedurally organized meanings, and list kind of goes on like this. Okay, so these all can be used interchangeably. So we've been using internal model, psychic constellation, relational units. The memory is relational, self and other, and the feeling with it. So memories are always relational memories. There's no such thing really as a memory without the other and the self. Just you without the other. Your feeling and your memory is based on interaction with another. So all memories have that relational quality to it. So that's a part self fused with part other, another part self fused with another part other, and there's a linking affect in each psychic constellation. Child was passive victim, mother was active aggressor, and you have this mapping in your mind, these intrapsychic constellations in your mind, psychic constellations. And this is all like set, it becomes the intrapsychic world. Okay, this becomes the blueprint, the template that the person uses and bases and sees the world through, like a lens kind of thing. Interpersonal leads to the intrapsychic, which then reveals itself interpersonally later on throughout life. And he refers to that because that is based on the baby's understanding of the world. The breast mother was the baby's world, whole world. You're my everything. So he creates a map of it, a template of it, a blueprint of it. That's his understanding of it. Baby's very tender, and something's emotional. The wiring goes deep in the brain. It's stored in the brain, deep in the brain, as distributed networks of which are encoded those portions of the corticolimbic system, dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, anterior cingulate cortex, amygdala, hippocampus. So it's getting wired in the brain, deep in the brain. These memories, and this is all responsible for memory, your identity, or learning, management, self-regulation, etc. Additionally, here it is. Additionally, whereas memory researchers tend to refer to something learned as a memory, clinicians, psychoanalysis, or clinician, or those who embrace a more reconsolidation-based approach, like healing approach, tend to refer to things learned as either narratives or at least emotional learnings. Narratives. So our memories are narratives. Put it that way. So it's pretty deep in the brain, right? The baby has an interpersonal with the mother. This interpersonal leads to intrapsychic. This intrapsychic is set in there, and the person sees the world through that. Goes through life reenacting what caused that problematic memory, hoping to update it, change it, get a proper schema. He doesn't want a painful schema. He doesn't want a painful emotional learnings. He doesn't want a painful blueprint template. He doesn't want where he's frozen and doesn't know himself, didn't develop. It's a painful thing. So he's repetition compulsion. He's going to recreate what caused that problematic blueprint with others in the present, thinking he's still in the past. Okay, so the present is sometimes called the presenting past. The present is just like still the past emotionally, or the present is like a new replay, reenactment, new edition of the past. Still replaying the past in the present is still the past. No time. Get those needs, replay the interaction with the grand fantasy that when you replay what happened, symbolically with others, metaphorically with others, to represent the past, by replaying it somehow and then transferring your past into the present. The grand fantasy is if you can replay the thing with the mother using others as stand-ins, the grand fantasy is somehow magically you can undo it, unchange it, get the proper loved outcome. That's sort of this confusion about this issue of trying to heal, but there is time. So nothing in the present can morph you back in a morphing machine, in a time machine, and change the past where you got the love. No person in the present can be the good, perfect breast mother that was needed back in the past and erase the memory of being traumatized. These things don't work, right? Now the positive now, so the next best thing is to observe our repetition compulsion as if it's like a mirror to know the actual interaction with the mother. So we observe our repetitive behaviors, and that's like a message from the non-reporting brain, sometimes called the inferring mind, sometimes called the second self, the secret self, the unconscious self, the shadow soul, this whole denied self, repressed self. If we create a character of our denied self, it's the one who walks with us, who's not like us, who is us. Someone's living my life, I know nothing about him. In literature, it's the motif of the double, discussed in the last video. Berger calls it like the puppet master, basically. Okay, so it's going to get our conscious side of us to replay the thing of the past. And that's the unconscious saying to the conscious, hey you, look what I'm getting you to do. I'm getting you to find others to play you. I'm going to get you to play the mother, and I'm going to get you to replay the things. Now I want you to observe it, and that's my attempt to communicate to you. And if we can get this communication, that's Hermes flying across, a bird flying across, the crow flies across. So birds are symbols for intuitive knowing. Birds, so now the bird we're getting, it's as if there's a message in the bird's beak. You read the beak, right? You read the message from the beak. So we want to make the unconscious conscious. The whole thing's about making the unconscious conscious. Because in that unconscious, there's a lot of our repressed self. That's psychic pain, to have such a denied self. Okay. Innate drive for healing is wholeness. So reclaim parts of yourself. Accept parts of yourself that you deny. Get it into acceptance. Now you're feeling more integrated, more whole. Healing and wholeness is synonymous with Johnny Sanford's book, Healing and Wholeness. Okay, and for the main source material for this is Otto Rank's essay called The Double. The film That Uncertain Feeling. The young lady and the tortured artist played the double self. Phantom of the Opera, a singer, and a scary dude. Scary dude's not a separate character. That's a personification of the singer's own trauma, shame, rage, and all this. In the unconscious basement, dialogue with that character. Accept it herself. Then she's more integrated. That's why she had made more sense, because she had more self. When you have self, you make sense. If you don't have your sense of self, you don't make sense. So she had sense of self. So she went back on stage, had more of herself, reclaimed, reintegrated back, okay, through the dialogue with the phantom guy, meaning herself. Went back on stage, was more embodied, made more sense, i.e. she was a better singer. She was more embodied, so her singer was more fuller, more feelingful and all this. So she's a better singer when you reclaim those kinds of things. So that takes some time to go through those examples, right? It's called the literature motif of the double. Student of Prague play by as described by Otto Rank. My personal theory about that film, Uncertain Feeling, and the Phantom of the Opera story, discussed in previous videos. Okay, identification with the aggressor. This is a desperate thing the baby has to do. He's doing a very, we got a group coming in here. Okay, maybe I can. Hey guys, I'm just about to leave. Did you want to use this?
No, it's okay. We're just visiting. I'm just having a look. Yeah, no.
Oh, you just looking around kind of thing? Yeah. Oh, okay.
Thank you anyway.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Similar kind of thing like before. They're not. What's with all this checking about? What are they checking for? Well, for all I know, maybe they're the owners. Who knows? I'm new here. I'm a newcomer to this place. My third time here now. One second. Identification with the aggressor, yeah. That's a very sad thing. The child loses himself. Enter the title of a self-help book entitled, Do I Have to Give Up Me, Mother, to Have an Attachment to You? That's the actual title of a self-help book. Do I have to give up me to be loved by you? Wow. What mother does that to a baby? Now, she doesn't do it on purpose. Why is she so blind? Well, when she was a baby, her mother didn't see her. Repetition compulsion. She can't see her baby. That means she's communicating that she wasn't seen by her mother. Intergenerational trauma, the transmission of this. It's repetition. It's being repeated, passed down, repeated. So you pause, reflect, okay. Have a lantern to see things. So these 10,000 codes are giving us a lantern. These 10,000 codes are giving us a lantern, so we can see what's going on, and then we can get back aspects of ourselves. We need these theories and constructs. These are lanterns. So I've been using Wilfrid Lay's image for this. If you look up in the sky, you might see some stars at night. What if you had better vision? You might see more stars. What if you had even greater, better vision? Well, you'd see maybe many more stars, like lots of light like that. Well, in the unconscious, shadow, dark, we don't know what's going on in our repressed self. Well, we need a lantern to see what's going on. We need better vision. So these codes are giving us night vision. Night vision. These codes are helping us to strengthen the ego. If we have a good ego, we can ride the horse, the id. Ego and the id. Oh yeah, this year is the 100th year birthday of that book, Ego and the Id. So for more on this topic about the ego and the id, can I refer you to the recent few videos, mainly by Martha Stark. The last video was an interesting assortment of quotes by Bergler and Janice Pines, Janice Lieberman, I think. Some other quotes in there. But before that, we did 7 videos on the work of Martha Stark. And in that one, she talks about empathy statements, ego, I'm calling it the ego and the id statements. So just quickly, make a statement. The first part of the statement acknowledges the healthy part side of you, what you know, what you're aware of kind of thing. The next part of the statement, nevertheless, you find yourself feeling or thinking or telling yourself, so you're triggered by the healthy, that's the id, ego and the id. Okay, so okay, so one example. So she gave several examples. So one basic one was the therapist said to the client, although you know, you got to talk about, you got to free associate it. You want some self-awareness and healing, and you got to face the painful truth of what happened in your childhood. You got to talk about this. Although you know this, even though you know this, that's the reality, that's the ego, that's what you know, that's like the healthy adult mind kind of thing. Okay, so, although you know this, that's the ego, nevertheless, triggered, you find yourself, because you're triggered, discovered, you find yourself thinking, feeling, telling yourself such and such. Okay, so this is very much analogous or similar to Masterson's axiom. Self-activation, that's the real self-activation. Doing something healthy for yourself, wanting to heal, doing something good for yourself, being true to yourself, searching for your authentic self, confronting your lies. That would be, moving towards your authentic self. Self-activation triggers abandonment depression, means the baby's great fears of what happened, which leads to defense. So in general, when there's fears, we use defense to squelch the feels, right? So maybe the baby was terrified with the mother and suckled his thumb or something. And then maybe later on the cigarettes triggered the thumb, somebody said, I don't know. So, or when the baby was crying, finally mother gave food. But when the baby had needs, mother withdrew. Baby was colicky, okay, here's she put some honey on the rubber nipple to trick the baby's brain to think the person's safe by the concentrated sugar. It's a trick. So then he may become an emotional eater. That's his defense. Self-activation triggers abandonment depression, which leads to defense. So it's very, very similar. She does it like although, but nevertheless you find yourself feeling, thinking, doing, telling yourself. Okay, let's see if I can come up with something here. So, even though I know I've been welcome here, I feel welcome here, nevertheless I find myself feeling worried if I'm bothering somebody, talking or something like that. That's the ego and the id, right? So the id is the wild, tamed emotions that come up, the irrational emotions that come up, the childlike, painful emotions that come up. That's the id. So if you make a statement that acknowledges the two, that supports seeing the two, that act strengthens the ego, that tames the id. The act of making that statement strengthens the ego and tames the id. And if the id is tamed, then the rider, the ego, so the image is the rider and the horse. The rider is the ego, the id is the horse. If the rider is skillful, meaning a strong ego, then you can harness the horse and the two of you can run off into the sunset together and be productive and do things and all this. But if the rider is unskilled, or the ego is damaged, the horse is going to flail, be the runaway horse. So if you trigger and do something, you binge eat, well, that's the id. The emotions from your traumatized child coming up, things like that. So we want to strengthen the ego, repair the ego, become a skillful rider, kind of thing, to harness the energy of our feelings and all this, and have an alignment like this. So in trauma, the ego gets damaged. It's submerged and frailed up. That's the scarecrow image. Remember, he wandered a brain, doesn't know what's going on. In trauma, the child doesn't love life anymore. No path with heart, meaning he can't express his unique interest. That's the path with heart. That's meaningful. So that's the Tin Man, looking for a heart, feeling empty and all this. The two being like that, compartmentalized, that means the person's going to feel disembodied. That's the cowardly lion in another place. Okay, so that's in the psyche, all one mind. Now Dorothy is a part of the mind that's trying to line things up. Or we can maybe be a little bit, maybe we can kind of say, well, be like Dorothy and recognize that the person feels disembodied, not loving life. Well, first things first, what do we do here? Let's fix that scarecrow guy. Let's give him a brain. Okay, that's what these 10,000 codes are for, to give the scarecrow a brain. These 10,000 codes are the brain for the scarecrow. So give ourselves this brain. That strengthens the ego. As the ego is being strengthened, the image is the children's story. Okay, the straw house becomes a brick house. When the straw house became a brick house, we can have ourselves embodied, right? And then the hungry wolf poofed away. Because with a strong ego, we recognize that that wolf image is just a metaphor for how he felt. He felt enraged or agreed with the mother. And that image created a hungry wolf or a monster or whatever. So with a strong ego, we recognize these things, feel these things, the image poofs away. Okay, back to Wizard of Oz, Dorothy throws water on the witch, which dissolves. Water, symbol, unconscious feeling, flow, feeling, water of emotion. See, so the link between the emotion and you recognize that image is telling you what you felt and feel. So you get your feeling as the water flow and the image just goes away. Art tells you how you feel often, right? So you need a strong ego to recognize these kinds of things. Right? But with a weak ego, the wolf was able to blow down the house, so we're not embodied anymore. So the hungry wolf running around blowing down the houses. That's the untamed horse, untamed ego. We want to tame, not put a lid on it, not put a lid on the id. She said you want to tame the id. So it's different. It's lid on the lid on the id. She said makes people too rigid, too hardened, too kind of compulsive, controlling, and all this. They're not accepting their inner child of the past. They're not accepting what happened to them. They're not accepting their denied self, their repressed self, their secret self. They're not dialoguing with themselves, so they're putting a lid on it. So this image can be seen in the painting called Stepping Out by Roy Lichtenstein. Stepping Out. That guy had a lid on the id. And on the id side, on the painting, very vibrant and very colorful, and the big eye, all that knowing there, and he's detached from it. The other side of the painting, you see this kind of bland, boring, feeling unreal, unalive, going through the motions in life, sleepwalking through life, through life, this kind of thing, right? And you can see the gap there. He's disconnected from himself, and that's why he feels numb in life, feeling that life is passing him by, sleepwalking through life. Yeah, that painting has won the Golden Windmills of the Mind Award, that Roy Lichtenstein painting called Stepping Out. It's like a cartoony kind of painting. It's easy to look up, right? I think it was somebody put it as a stamp, I think, somewhere. If I remember correctly. It's kind of a little... I prefer that one to the Picasso, what's Lady in the Mirror one. I think that Lichtenstein one is a little more, kind of makes the point more clearly, I think. Oh, got some blue. Oh, there's some sky there. Hold on. I'll show you the sky here. Okay, for more on this topic, check out the 7 videos by Martha Stark about the ego and the id. I'm not really too into that metaphor. But, in ancient times, this point was made by the little boy riding the water buffalo, and he's playing the flute, to represent, he's got a communication and a flow between his unconscious self and his conscious self. Not separate characters. Don't think of the boy literally like a separate boy riding some separate water buffalo. It's a metaphor that our consciousness is in a flowful musical communication, dialogue, let's say, or receptivity of accepting our feelings, and our feelings feel happy with it, and it serves us, and the ego can then channel it, and there's a harmony there. So the little boy was able to control the water buffalo. That's similar to the rider and the horse riding off into the sunset image. But the boy in the, okay, so the flute, my theory is like Hermes had the harp. Hermes is the messenger guy at the harp, telling you, making something from your unconscious, okay, Poseidon, God's unconscious metaphor, to your conscious, to you, communicating to you, this Hermes at the harp. Well, the boy has the harp, or another version is the flute, but he has the flute, so he's able to, means we ourselves have this communication going on within ourselves. But see, the Hermes is like a separate character outwardly, although we know what it means, that it's all within. So I think that's a pretty good image, that one there with the boy riding the flute, riding the water buffalo. If I remember correctly, the New Age musician Robert Slapp, we have a couple of his songs on our soundtrack. He has that image on the front cover of one of his albums. I think it's East West album, West East meets East West East, something East and West. I forgot. Was it East meets East or West meets East or East meets West? Something like. Not a bad album. Yeah, not a bad album. That first song was pretty good. Da 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 dum da 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 dum dum. No, it was a long time ago. It's all, yeah, I don't think they ever made it. It's on YouTube, yeah. Robert Slapp, something East and West in the title of the album. So look at the front cover of the cassette. So they show you the little cassette, a copy of the front cover of the cassette tape. That image there, I'm talking about that image there, yeah. I think it might be a famous ancient traditional painting from like thousands of years ago, somewhere in Asia somewhere. I'm not too familiar with it. But if my understanding is correct, that's what back then they were talking about, the ego and the id, and the importance of having this kind of connection to ourselves, conscious to the unconscious, and the conscious recognizes the unconscious as ego and the id. Okay, boy and the buffalo, water buffalo. Rider and the horse, same idea. Yeah, because so back to the string of personality patterns. So trauma before 18 months, okay, during the narcissism phase, and didn't get enough love to graduate out of that, past that, it can lead to one of the string of personality patterns. Now, if it's before 4 to 5 months, that's the bully pattern, Iago pattern, and some other troublesome, difficult patterns in that area. They didn't really get the oneness with the mother. The bully tries in a negative way. Iago gives up and just wants to see things damaged because mother damaged him. To feel safe with the mother, he's loyal to the mother, to save the mother, to be loyal to the mother, imitates. What did she do? She damaged him, so they damage others. That's called envy, hatred of the good. Okay, again, for more on envy, in the last video, once again, 2741, the first two quotes were on envy. Not bad, yeah, first two quotes. And the greed is kind of like a mask against the envy. Envy is the real issue. Greed is like a superficial thing. Shall I compare thee to an onion? So it's called grenvy. You think greed is the issue. Greed is the compulsion, the repetition compulsion to get the good breast. It doesn't work, get it, and you get a little serotonin blip. And it doesn't work, so you want more, but you got used to it, so you want more, and this whole timeless, infinite, insatiable greed thing. But underneath it, that can be a defense against the envy, to not be aware of the envy. because greed is destructive. And the Grammy says, okay, greed, you're destructive. I don't care. I don't have gratitude for what you get, but your actions are destructive. That's what my mother did to me. If I'm greedy, I can be loyal to the mother, and maybe I can tell the world what my mother was like. See, world, see how greedy I am. See how greedy I am. See how envious I am. Oh, my mother destroyed my goodness. Oh, I see. Yeah, this is like a new little neighborhood for me, this little area here. I'm starting to get familiar with it. Yeah, this is a pricier area. I don't like. It takes me a while to get here. I don't live in this area. But yeah, it's a convenient area, close to the SkyTrain and all this. One second. Let's do this. Okay. Where were we? Well, let's not do it in this video, but in many of the recent videos, I've gone through a wealth of material describing and discussing the various stinger personality patterns. They shame others to replay how the mother had shamed them. This emotional sadism is a defense against the underlying emotional masochism. Okay. The attachment to the mother is the pleasure, but you got to accept the pain. That's the emotional masochism. As a defense against that pain, you cast others into the role of the emotional masochist and say, I'm not the emotional masochist, I'm not the shamed one. I don't take pleasure in being hurt by the mother and stuck there. I'll deny that. I'll see it unto others, I'll play the shaming mother. So let's go back to the record. The child has an inner conflict, a basic inner conflict. He had those needs. And when those needs weren't met, maybe he was crying. FNN, feelings and needs. Now, if the baby's crying, and mother gets the message, she gets the signal, oh my God, sorry baby, thank you for letting me know I was misattuned. She changes her ways, and the baby is soothed, everything's okay. But if the baby, insult number one, the mother missed the baby's needs. Baby's crying. And then, insult number two, what are you crying about, baby? Get over it, baby. Oh, well, leave me alone, baby, or I can't handle this, baby, stop crying. Okay. Now that's gaslighting. She's very soul blind, deeply soul blind. Okay, so again, merging self, needs, feelings, whole inner life, turned to stone inside, feeling unreal and numb inside. Okay, so but that condition is called emotional masochism, because that condition connects them to the mother. Too painful to know that. So attribute this to others and say others are no good. Others can enjoy being unhappy or whatever. They play the shaming mother. And repeat the interaction with others of what the original prototype. Again, interpersonal leads to intrapsychic, which replays itself with the fantasy we can change it. But it doesn't change because the present isn't the past, but you're doing it because you think you're still in the past. So there's a huge inner conflict. Baby had a need. The memory is all that pain. Nobody wants that pain, so let's not have the need. Innate drive for healing. Got to get those needs met. Inner conflict, the wish and the fear. The burglar's metaphor is a 45 record, a disc record. One tune. This inner conflict is repressed, it's set, it's unconscious, and it makes the person dysfunctional and neurotic because you're not loving life, not expressing your interest, not making I statements, not being who you're meant to be in all this. And all you're doing is replaying the past and present, trying to change the past. Martha Stark calls this relentless hope, relentless outrage, and relentless entitlement. I can't, you can, you should. You're still trying to get that positive breast experience, maternal experience, but nothing in the present can do that. No time machines, because you're still in the past, living in the past, dwelling in the past. Quote from the Greenberg film, you have trouble, Frank said to the guy, you have trouble living in the present. So you linger in the past, dwell in the past, because you feel like you never really lived it. Unfinished business with the mother. So in the present, see if you can get that unfinished business finished. But nobody in the present can be that mother in the past and be the proper mother, and not have that experience, the actual experience of the painful, shaming, misattuned, malattuned mother, gaslighting, double binding, soul blind mother. But it happened. So there's a conflict. The wish and the fear, it's a conflict. It makes the person neurotic. So imagine this tune, this inner conflict as a tune. It's one tune, let's call it the cry for love. Everything's love or a cry for love. So let's call this inner conflict a cry for love. It's on a 45, one song. Side B is the same as side A, or on side B there are no grooves on the back. So you only got this one tune. Every neurotic is a music enthusiast, but he only has this one record, this 145. He carries this one record with him everywhere he goes. Every time he sees a turntable with never-ending fiery ardor, it's a compulsion. He plays that tune, he spins off that tune. That's the only tune he knows, this cry for love. So in the present, he's going to recreate what caused that, thinking he's going to change it, master it, undo it, some magical thinking. Now on the record, there was a relationship. Passive baby, aggressive mother. New situation. Looks at the record. Mother shamed him. If the trauma was before 18 months, in the new situation, he plays the shaming mother who shames him. Fusion. Mother shamed him. In the template, it's fused. But that's too painful to keep on feeling this constant pain by the mother. Again and again and again, strain trauma. How many times a day, misattuned, malattuned, baby crying, baby says, mother says, I don't get it, leave me alone. This again and again. He can't do it anymore. So he, as a defense against that pain, he'll attribute his shamed, unloved self onto others and play the shaming mother. So if trauma takes place before 18 months, and he's going to replay that thing with others, and the repetition compulsion to replay, thinking he can change it. But this time, his cry for love is he can't play himself. He can't play himself and just, expect others to reject him, to replay how the mother rejected him. He does the more desperate, painful, dramatic thing. It's a more disturbed thing to do because you give up yourself. You reject the quote-unquote more human side of being human. You reject human development, emotional. You reject feelings and tenderness and affection, trust, and knowing your interests, and making I statements. You reject all that kind of stuff because it was so rejected originally. And you identify with the rejecter, the envy breast, and then you envy that kind of thing in others. You hate like people trusting and kindness. You hate all that stuff because it was hated in you originally. So in the new situation, the record said mother shamed them. New situation. I don't want to feel that. I don't want to feel that. The way not to feel is play the shaming mother. So there's a constellation, a psychic constellation called the relational unit. Psychic constellation. Shaming mother, shamed the baby, and the baby felt abandonment, depression, this persecutory anxiety and all this. He doesn't want to feel that anymore. But he's got to replay that constellation. He's going to interact in the present by the push of that memory system. Remember, he lives through this mapping. This is like a psychic pushing, like a puppet master. He's going to just keep replaying this psychic memory template. And in the present, he's just reactivating the psychic memory. That's the repetition compulsion, playing that tune again and again, the 45 record spinning, called infinite mourning, timelessness, no time, infinite. Just keeps, it's like a loop. Sisyphus just keeps doing this thing. When Odysseus went into the underworld, he saw Sisyphus. He looked into Sisyphus's face and saw that it was his face. So that's the recognition of this kind of record kind of thing. So, new situation. Mother shamed him. He'll play the shaming mother who shames him. Again, as just mentioned, he can't feel that. He can't feel that emotional masochist. So he'll play the emotional sadist. Mother was the emotional sadist. He was the victim, the emotional masochist. He is it. But he can't feel it. But he's got to replay it. How does he replay it? He flips it. It's still there. He just casts himself, projects himself in his fantasy that someone else is no good, unworthy, unlovable, shameful, etc. And he'll play the shaming mother. So his behavior is, since he sees himself onto innocent, non-threatening substance with others to stand in for him, to represent his lost innocence, since he, sleight of mind, projects himself onto others, then his behavior is thinking he's over there, okay, replaying the record, mother shaming him, thinking he's over there, he shames others to replay that record, being loyal to the record. Being loyal to the record, dysfunction means it's the infantile bond, it's the traumatic bond to the mother, it's loyalty to the mother, still trying to save the mother, to have a mother. He never got enough to leave her, so he's still stuck with her in this kind of loop-like thing. So he can go through life doing this loop-like thing, and being negative towards others all the time throughout his life. And he's meant to know and reflect that the way he's treating others is for him to know that that's his puppet master telling him, hey you, that's how your mother treated you. I can't communicate to you with words. I can push you in this behavior. I want you to translate the behavior and put it to words. It's the unthought thought. It's the unthought known. I want you to think it. I want you to have the thought of it. I know it. I have amnesic memory. You got to make it conscious. Make the unconscious conscious. Once we make the unconscious conscious, we stop repeating. We repeat to get narrative, the story, the thought, what happened, the narrative. We don't get the narrative, we just keep repeating until we do. That's the purpose of repetition compulsion, to help us get the narrative. Okay, when we project this whole thing into the present, transfer, Masterson calls it transference acting out. You can transfer the past into the present, actor, like actors, acting out. You can act the whole thing. So you find someone else to play you play the shaming mother shamed you, well you shame them. The self-help slogan is hurt people to communicate that they're hurt. Adjective, verb, adjective. Hurt people to communicate and to know that they're hurt. Something like that. So that's one of the stinger. So all of the stinger personality patterns will do this. Now, one of the main features of the stinger personality patterns is double think. When they shame others, they're going to feel on some level that the mother shamed. They're going to be reminded of the pain of mother shaming them. Even though they shamed someone else, they just replay the record. On some level, they feel badly again by how mother hurt them. Because they're replaying the record. They distracted themselves, or on some level they feel it. So what they do is hocus pocus, auto-hypnosis, double focus. The one they just shamed in the present, they'll say they, the victim in the present, is the mother who hurt them in the past. Okay, it's psychotic, psychosis. Most shrinks call it perversion of thought, perverse thinking. Okay, Alice in Wonderland thinking, no logic. Don't expect conscious logic in like this. And Masterson has a thing called the secret schizoid, based on the book by Lee Grossman. Maybe we can say the secret psychotic. So he doesn't look psychotic, but his behavior is for a psychotic agenda, where he shames others, is reminded of how the mother hurt him, but he's the hurting mother. So he's loyal to the mother. He doesn't want to be disloyal to the mother and say, hey mother, you hurt me. But the mother hurt him, but he's the hurting mother. So what does he do? Oh, the reason I'm feeling badly now in the present is because in the past I was hurt by the mother, and the person I just hurt in the present is the mother who hurt me in the past. And he stays loyal to the mother who hurts the person in the present, and then thinks he's victimized and justified in his behavior being negative towards the person. So in other words, the person he victimized says is the boogeyman, but he was innocent all along. That's called one of the stinger personality patterns. And we got a whole body of material about the stinger personality patterns. Okay, not only the double thing, there's a thing called translogic. Oh, the sun's over there. Okay. So let's see, can I move back here? Okay. let's move back here. Oh, let me make sure not to turn the camera. I don't want to, for privacy, I don't want to show you any personal things in the pool or anything. I've been very good with this. I've been very careful not to let anybody in the camera. On rare occasion, a staff might walk behind me or something like that. Let me get another coffee then. Yeah, hold on a sec. Let me order another coffee. I'm feeling a little. Their coffee here is very. It's just their coffee here is like a little mini thing. I need two to make it as one, right? I need at least one good coffee to do a video. Hold on a second. Let me unplug this and. Fast forward this video 2 minutes, 2 or 3 minutes. Oh, I can hear Jose Feliciano in the background there. Oh, that's probably copyrighted. Jose Feliciano does a cover of Windmills of the Mind. It's okay. It's not. We don't really use it. Our theme song to this collection is Katja Epstein's German cover of Windmills of the Mind. Excellent song. I'd love to play Barbara Lewis's English rendition, but it's copyrighted. But Jose Feliciano, I noticed, does a version of it. That's okay, yeah. Windmills of the Mind. They're currently playing his main big hit. I don't know if you can hear it. Oh, I feel badly ordering the coffee because they were kind of sort of taking a little rest there. Okay, we also cover scapegoat hunger, how the stingers do a lot of scapegoating, the translogic issue, and some other points. So let's not redo the whole thing about the stinger personality patterns. It's a very important topic. I think it's a wealth of material there. Let's just finish up with the record business. So. If the person was traumatized post 18 months, but before 36 months, they still hold on to their shame self, their emotional masochistic self. Right? So when they replay the record, they play themselves and just coax others and expect others and prod others, expect others. That puts a pull on others. That people feel a kind of pull to reject them. They want to recreate the rejection for them to know the mother rejected them. So the two ways the reenactment takes place is the more benign way, where you play yourself and just expect others to abandon you or reject you or whatever, or not see you or something like that. The more painful way, the more disturbed, perverse, psychotic way is to identify with the aggressor, reject your humanness, see your rejected humanness onto others. Okay. Do to them what your mother did to you, for you to know what your mother did to you. Okay, so we have a body material about the clinger area as well. And what happens if a clinger marries a stinger, all that information. And we have a couple of songs about for the stingers and a couple of songs for the clingers. So there's a wealth of material there. Let's do our next quote here. The next four quotes actually. Yeah, the next four quotes, 3 by Burglar, 1 by Hans Lowald. Sorry about the jargon. Yeah, Martha Stark always apologized for the jargon. She wants to keep things clear and simple. So when she's about to use a jargon, I'm sorry, dear people, I'm going to use a fancy term here. It just means this. So yeah, so Robert Bly says this: forgive psychology for its jargon. Please just forgive it. So the jargon here is ego ideal. Baby thinks he's got to be perfect to save the mother. That's the ego ideal. He can't do it. Now the schema, the setting of it all, is stubborn like that. Burglar calls it the obelisk. What is the obelisk? Is it in here? Hang on. The moral obelisk. That tall pyramid thing. Like a pyramid, like a structure, like a firm kind of stubborn kind of thing like that, right? In Egypt, those pyramids have been there for gajillion, whatever, thousands of years. So that's like the template, it's stubborn like that. So that stubbornness we call the superego. And the superego reminds you, remember you thought you had to be perfect to save the mother? So perfect that you're the good mother that she needed, that's the ego ideal. Did you do it? Were you so perfect? Did you achieve the ego ideal? Did you save the mother? That's the schema telling it. It's called the superego. I'm just keeping it simple. I'm just saying the superego is just like the deep memory. So I'm basically basing it on Burglar here. That the superego takes this image that you thought you had to be perfect to save the mother, to get mother's love. Did you? So that's the inner critic. Did you? No, you didn't. Did you? No, you didn't. So it's criticizing it like this. And this is all set in this hardened neural pathway template. This cognitive patterns, cognitive schemas, schematic knowledge, constructs, cognitive constructs, attachment schemas, attachment trauma, derivative narratives, emotional learnings, relational expectations, neocortical memory networks, implicitly held memories, entrenched reactivity, unconscious core schemas, blueprint, traumatic script. So that's the stubbornness of that. That stubbornness, his image for this is the obelisk, or like a pyramid or something, one of those pyramids. When I read it, it'll come up. So, the ego ideal, the baby thought he had to be perfect enough to save his mother. But it's not the baby's job to save the mother. It's a false belief. But he thought he could be perfect enough, the ego ideal, like how great he is, that he'll be the perfect mother that their mother needed back then in her nursery. That's their dream of this perfection, addiction to perfection. That's the ego ideal. It's a fantasy. No one ever reaches that kind of ego ideal. So that leads to the inner critic. Did you achieve the ego ideal? No, you didn't. So how can you be happy? How can you know yourself? How can you change your script, update your script? How can you know yourself and make I statements and do something good for yourself? Did you achieve the ego ideal? It's impossible. Now, the voice reminding you of this is called the superego. So I'm basing this on Berger's quote here. Okay, let's run through it here then. In creating the ego ideal, the child's purpose is to restore self-esteem and to eradicate a narcissistic wound. The ego ideal, according to Freud's formulation. Okay, just to clarify, we don't have any quotes on Freud because of the convoluted English translations of zilch. There are no quotes from Freud. Now, the only time I'll mention him is if a German speaker like Karen Horney or Emma Bergler, for example, here, and they say that Freud said such and such, that's a different story. Thanks. Okay, that's good. No, you keep that, yeah. Great. Okay. I hope I didn't wake you guys up. I'm sorry about that. It looks like you were sleeping, right? Sorry about that. I'm sorry.
You sleeping?
Well, it looks like you were like resting a little bit. I feel badly. I'm sorry. Maybe I
It's
woke you
okay.
up.
It's okay.
Again, okay, so she took away my guilt. Oh, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Okay. In creating the ego ideal, the child's purpose is to restore self-esteem and eradicate a narcissistic wound. The ego ideal, according to Freud's formulation, is established to save the child the repeated blows to his narcissism, which are a consequence of being forced to accept educational commands. So he believed he was no good. That's an educational command. Mother, you don't see me? Am I defective? So I can't know myself or something? That's educational command. So to compensate, he creates his ego ideal image, and that's to restore his narcissism. If he has that image and chases that image and searches for that image, that's the pursuit for fame, glory, prestige, and all this. And cynicism and sarcasm promotes this area. So cynicism gratifies the ego ideal, or infantile megalomania. He thought he had to be this. The baby thought he had to be this all-powerful, amazing God to save his mother. That's the ego ideal. It's a regression to the time in the uterus when he was on the throne. So it's all a dream, right? The child is constantly confronted with a stern reality. Educators lay down and enforce moral precepts. The child, from his vistas of infantile megalomania, can only view these as frustrating and maddening impositions. Okay, huge double bind, that's maddening. This is maddening for the baby. He's going crazy. What does the baby do? He's in a double bind. He must attach to his mother. At the same time, the mother's hurting him. That's a maddening thing. The child does not at first see his parents and their educational substitutes in all their weakness and unavoidable human frailties. Okay, no, so the child doesn't say, oh, mother's just a person. No, mother's a goddess. Yeah. So if he's nursing well, the mother's a goddess. He's in heaven. If the bad breast is doing it wrong, makes her as a monster. On the contrary, they are for the child a sort of moral obelisk. Yeah, there it is there. Fashioned of marble, which cannot erode. To make matters worse, the child projects a great proportion of his own inexpressible aggression, his fury, his enragement, onto these very same authorities in the nursery. Okay, so the bad breast becomes the giant, devouring cyclops, the guy with the horns, dangerous, threatening, hungry wolf monster, like the Boar Queen or something. These two factors contribute to the unconscious creation of a parental image much more severe, more uncompromising than the true one. Just imagine it, right? Baby's a small, the baby's a small, tiny little thing, right? Person, helpless, totally powerless, dependent, small. The mother, from the baby's eyes, from the baby's perception, is 20 times bigger than her. Imagine a 20-story skyscraper turning into Godzilla and trying to grab you, like King Kong or something, whatever. Not King Kong. So, from the baby's perception, the mother's a large giant. He's enraged, mother's enraged. His oral greed, mother's a hungry, devouring monster. And this is kind of set in his brain now. It becomes a marble statue of her. These two factors contribute to an unconscious creation of a parental image much more severe, more uncompromising than the true one. And the child's unconscious identification is with precisely this distorted image, to which he adds his own megalomania. It is thus that he builds up his unconscious ego ideal. So his own infantile megalomania, that he's a little god, puts that onto the monster image and makes it a bigger god. So everything's compound. Remember Alice in Wonderland? This primary process mentation. It's not the conscious logic world, right? Okay, third part here. The superego's modus operandi is simple and devastating. By constantly confronting the frightened ego, okay, you, with the image of its self-created ego ideal, the monotonous question is posed, quote, have you lived up to your own precepts? Unquote. Since these, quote, precepts, stemming from distorted external models, mingled with the child's megalomania and resulting in high-pitched expectations of future success, are unachievable, the answer is unfailingly no. Failure is expressed in consciously perceived, though secondarily rationalized, dissatisfaction, disappointment, etc., or guilt. Unable to live up to his own ego ideal, he has either to accept constant guilt or sugarcoat this guilt by transforming it into an unconscious pleasure. So there's your psychic masochism, emotional masochism. Superego says you didn't save the mother. You're not perfect to save her, so you're punished. That's a pain like this, guilt, depressed, etc. So maybe he's going to sugarcoat. He can't accept that, right? So he's going to kind of do something as a defense. What's the defense? What does he do? He's going to sugarcoat this pain, okay, by transforming it into an unconscious pleasure. So he'll establish what's called, well, this pain keeps me to the mother. So if the pain means mother, then I'll just transform the pain meaning mother to mother's pleasure, so the pain can trigger to the pleasure of the mother. That's the pleasure in displeasure principle. He calls it like that. He calls it the libidinalization, or making pleasurable this pain. That's this kind of trick like that. That's called emotional masochism, psychic masochism. It's like a blurring or a meshing of the pleasure with the mother, but pain with the mother. Says, well, the pain with the mother gives me the pleasure of attachment to her, so the pain means the pleasure, doesn't it? So he kind of confuses it like that somehow. But this ingenious solution leads directly to psychic masochism, the pleasure in displeasure pattern. But the superego is not bluffed by the trick for too long. The poor ego is reproached for his hidden pleasure too. Yeah. So the superego says, I'm not going to let you get away with this. I don't like this, you doing this. So the superego is saying, I expect more or something, or I don't buy this, that you're going to feel pleasure by this pain. No way. So now what? The superego is not bluffed by the trick for long. The poor ego is reproached for this hidden pleasure too. As a result, a secondary defense, like a layered over thing, a secondary defense, shall I compare thee to an onion? A secondary defense must be instituted to prove that the ego does not enjoy this, that it is but a victim of the external world's malice, and that, contrary to the accusation, it is highly aggressive. That's emotional sadism. Subsequently, spurious aggression, i.e. pseudo-aggression, becomes the guiding pattern. So the negative things people are doing, the dysfunctional things that are people doing, he calls it pseudo-aggression. To say, well, I'm active. You see, I'm active, and my secondary defense is a mask to not admit or know the pleasure and displeasure phenomena, the emotional masochism phenomena. So they layer it over with Berger calls it confession to a lesser crime. He says, his analogy is the psychic masochism is like a major crime to do this. Well, if you confess to a lesser crime of being dysfunctional or being sarcastic or saying others are no good, emotional eating, all these dysfunctional things that we're doing, and it keeps you away, like extracted away, and you think that's your problem, that hides the cloak of the deeper issue. So you're confessing to a lesser crime, but the price of that is the misery from that level, the misery of the dysfunction, and you don't live in some kind of passive, deeper area that doesn't work, right? It's too painful for the baby to convert pleasure into pain like that. So he distracts himself by creating distractions, manic defenses. I think that's the issue. So it's kind of like a distraction, I guess, or is it kind of like a diversion, I guess, to not feel the underlying issue. But Berger says you got to air out this deeper underlying issue if you're going to really heal. So a lot of this behavioralism or cognitive CBT or something, a lot of that addresses the secondary defense. He says you got to go under a little bit and admit the painful truth that the mother was soul blind, the mother didn't give you a secure attachment style. You got to go into this area and then forgive the mother. That's the harder work. So it's much harder to forgive the mother. It's much easier to just blame the defense. Oh, the cookies didn't have enough sugar in it. Why didn't the cookie company put more sugar in it or something? And you're blaming some side thing. It's like constant straw man arguments or something. It's kind of like always focusing on straw man arguments, psychological straw men, to distract you It's easier to deal with than the deeper real issue, right? The superego functions from the point of view of a future ego, from the standpoint of the ego's future that's to be reached. Yeah, so the ego ideal is the expectation that you're pursuing the quest, that your current ego will be the ego ideal. So the superego, meaning the memory or template, has this in mind. Well, ego, did you reach the ego ideal? Did you reach perfection? You know, you're trying and all this, but did you get it? You know, this is, I confess, this topic on the superego is a sort of early, is still, I haven't done too much on this topic of the inner critic, the superego, the ego ideal. It's kind of jargony like that. You know, some shrinks say they give up on it. It's too vague, it's a little overlapping, concepts are overlapping, too vague. They think they need a whole new model to describe the unconscious. I mean the inner critic theory. I'm just thinking it's just this, like what Berger says, these deep neocortical memory networks way down in the corticolimbic system, dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, anterior cingulate cortex, in the amygdala, oh my god, hippocampus. So if you got these deep neural pathways, that's pretty stubborn like that. That's the superego, like the stubbornness of these neural pathways. So one shrink said, we want to somehow create new pathways, or unpick the threads of the old traumatic script, somehow loosen it and try to create new pathways. One guy said to the client, oh, these problems you're telling me, we may say that this is what your script is doing to you. Like these neural pathways are doing to you. Let us see what we can do with those pathways. So we want to update the script. Now, one way to think about updating the script is if we can identify something about that script, capture it in a sense, give it a time and a place in a sense. Then the metaphor is the timelessness of it, the ghost of it, is laid to rest. And that loosens some of the neural pathways and the energy that creates it, and the energy can be used to create new pathways. To get back some of your life force, to get some back of your life force, you got to identify the neural pathways behind it. If those neural pathways are consciously identified, the ghost is laid to rest, the life force can be freed to create new pathways. So the goal of seeing your patterns, seeing your repetition compulsions, seeing your dysfunctional behavior, seeing your excuses, identifying all these games people play, projective identification, negative magic gesture, repetition compulsion, transfers, acting out, all these things that we're talking about is to admit something. If we admit something, the ghost is laid to rest. Life force can be for the present. With that life force in the present, you can lay down new neural pathways. That way, you're making new choices that are healthier. If you're making new choices that are healthier, you're creating new neural pathways. I guess that's the basic idea. Still a little vague, to be honest with you. Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't really have a clear answer for this one. But I gotta quote it, I gotta include it because I need something from which to springboard from. So this is like a springboard, basically. Okay, just one little footnote to this idea of omnipotence. and infantile megalomania and grandiosity. If there's a coincidence in your life, if there's some kind of coincidence, or something reminds you of the past, and you say, wow, that was uncanny. The feeling of uncanniness reaffirms the fantasy of omnipotence and the masochistic elaboration of this fantasy, which is the successor, making uncanniness so alluring. So superstitions and believing in synchronicity, oh, that was meant to be, oh yeah, and you feel important when you say these kinds of things. Oh, that happened. Oh yeah, oh, there's something special going on here. It fuels your sense of importance, your godlike omnipotence. If you just take some coincidence, well, that was destiny and all this, yeah, I made this happen, or these kinds of New Age, a lot of this New Age stuff most of this New Age stuff is just little hits of your fantasy of a momentary belief that you've preserved your infantile megalomania. Freud calls the uncanny a concealed but familiar emotion. It's a familiar emotion, so you feel it. It's concealed, but it's familiar. Deja vu, I think I know this. You feel important with these kinds of things. Oh, I said, I rolled the dice, I said lucky 7, it came. Like, gambling might be in this area. Or you throw the bowling ball, and you make the gesture, and maybe you got a strike. Like, you threw the bowling ball, and you thought it was offline, and you made your hand gesture, come on, bowl, give me a strike. And you thought the gesture caused the strike. You felt important a little bit. Oh, I'm pretty powerful, I'm pretty important. No, it just so happened maybe the ball was on a bit of a spin, which you didn't know. The ball was going to create a strike anyways, but you used that coincidence. It's uncanny. I knew if I thought that the ball should turn left a bit, I'll get a strike, and I made the gesture, and it happened. Wow, I'm important. Wow, it's part of this magical thinking kind of area. So this magical thinking is applied to synchronicity, feelings of uncanniness. A good book for this is Mel Faber's book about synchronicity. Mel D. Faber. Freud calls the uncanny a concealed but familiar emotion. Familiar emotion. You're special and all this. Important. That has been driven into repression and then escaped. I believe that the feeling of uncanniness encompasses in a singularly condensed form the entire history of infantile megalomania and psychic masochism. Infantile megalomania as a defense against psychic masochism. Okay, let's just do one on laughter and one by Robert Bly here. Okay, according to Freud, according to Freud, this is the first time I've mentioned Freud's name so many times. According to Freud, unconscious material, this is about the humor. What I like about Edmund Burglar has a very mature, respectful, positive attitude about Freud. He doesn't go on some hateful rant about him or doesn't worship him. These kinds of things. He has like a reasonable attitude when he talks about Freud. You know, Edmund Burglar was in his early 30s. He was Freud's assistant, his secretary. He made all the notes and things for him. When I read that, I thought, oh my God, I wish Burglar stayed on that path and he translated Freud's works. But Burglar went off on his own thing. So Burglar would have been qualified to translate Freud. According to Freud, unconscious material, so this is about humor, huh? According to Freud, unconscious material is held in repression by specific amounts of psychic energy. Okay? When the other fellow hits at this material by telling a joke, the psychic energy diverted to the task of holding the material in repression becomes superfluous for a second and is transformed into laughter. That fact alone secures a lasting place in science to Freud's early discovery of one of the inner mechanisms in laughter. Now it's been updated. We call it the benign violation of your expectations theory of humor. So the first part of the joke, there's psychic depression, tension, repressed, lid on the id. You get the answer to the joke. You feel safe. You feel safe. Lift the lid and a little laughter. So if it's a minor tension, benign violation of your expectations, knock knock, who's there? A little tension, benign stuff, right? Oh, I wish. I wish who? No, Irish. I wish who? I wish I had $1 million. We can all live like nomads. What? Where I nomad at you, and you nomad at me. Okay. Like the first part of the joke is some benign tensions, psychic energy, suppressed tension, psychic energy, lid on the id, right? You get the answer, you feel safe. Oh, then you don't need it. It can release, that leads to laughter. So according to this, I trust Berger more than anyone else, really. Berger is saying Freud's the guy that first articulated this phenomenon. Although at the same time, in Berger's book about humor, he quotes a bunch of people prior to Freud who said some things that are slightly in relation to it, like in reference to it. So in a way, Berger did both. He talked about earlier philosophers who talked about this mechanism, but in a kind of a sideways way somehow. But I guess he's saying here Freud kind of made it more specific, and that's Freud's contribution to humor, making it more specific. And okay. So the humor from the sting of personality patterns is dark humor. So they might laugh at dark humor because it preserves their emotional sadism, because others are the masochism, they don't feel the masochism because they're the sadism, which denies the truth that they are the masochism. They can't feel it, so they act like the aggressor. So they might laugh at that release of tension. What I'm not in pain with the mother. Others are in pain with the mother. Whew, so the moment they might laugh. So a lot of people will laugh at this dark jokes. Others are no good, and you're good. Before you thought you were no good, well now they're no good. So if people have the psychic structure in that earlier place called the paranoid schizoid mode of experiencing, the humor is going to be negative like that. So people who laugh at those kind of sadistic jokes, they have that psychic structure of trauma before 18 months, generally speaking. Now, clingers and pleasers don't like that kind of humor. They don't like that kind of humor. They don't need that kind of humor. They accept themselves and have hope for love and all this. And they don't need to act like the aggressive mother and see their unloved shelf on others. So the humor of the clingers and the pleasers is usually kind of playful, inclusive, and there's a helpful quality to it. Maybe one example is one lady asked a comedian, "Are you an evolutionist or a creationist?" "Oh, I'm both. I believe we were created to evolve." There's a little Tweety bird here. Hold on a second. I don't think I can see him here. See, if I were to say something like, hey, isn't that uncanny? I talked about birds today, and here's a bird. So that would fuel my infantile megalomania, but that's just a pure coincidence. There's no relation. There's no relation to my talking about birds in this video and suddenly a bird appeared. There's no connection like that. But if I were to think there was a connection, I feel important by that. I said it, there's a bird, wow, I feel important. Uncanny, wow. That uncanny means once upon a time you felt important, you're like a little god. So you're kind of recreating that using little coincidences to make that. That's what he means by escaped. The whole thing escaped. Freud calls the uncanny a concealed but familiar emotion that has been driven into repression and then escaped. So once upon a time as a baby, I felt important, so it's repressed. I make some excuse. Hey, I talked about birds, didn't I? About the crows and all that. Hey, there's a little bird there. See? Wow, uncanny. Okay, that's escape. I'm touching into that, and you feel important. And a lot of the New Age is about that. So that's why Robert Bly playfully marks the New Age. I think one of my oh hi. It's okay. Oh, it's okay. Yeah, okay. Everything's okay. Yeah, okay. Well, last time I was here. I guess we're coming, so I left. She's saying, no, don't worry, you can stay here. Yeah, last time here it was packed. The whole place was packed. Last time I was here. I could only last like for half an hour or something like that. Gosh, I hope I can stay on friendly terms with the staff here. Keep coming here. One joke in this area of is the pigeon joke. There was a lady, a middle-aged lady in her 40s or something, and she had the search for glory, fame, prestige, and all this. She wanted to be wealthy and all this, but she didn't say it directly. But the comedian felt it, so she said. So she had these thoughts about reincarnation. That's like some people think. If you have the fantasy that you're going to live forever, well, then you don't have to admit mortality. You can still search for fame and glory if you're going to live forever in your next lifetime. But she didn't say that. She didn't say that she had these concerns about mortality and not being successful. Maybe she's angry by it. So come on, well, maybe as a defense against the pain of not being successful, getting older. So she said to a comedian who calls himself a New Age comic, a guy named Steve Behrman. We have a few of his quotes in our collection. Hey, Mr. New Age comic, you're familiar with all this New Age stuff. What's this thing about reincarnation? Now, him sensing that she had the tension underneath of getting older, not making money, and she wants to live forever so she can keep on trying. That's a defense against not having to admit the pain that she's not successful and she is getting older and the pain of losing her narcissism. So the comedian said, "Oh, you know, it's funny how things work out. I once knew this guy who wanted to be wealthy during his lifetime. He was reincarnated as a pigeon and made a deposit on a BMW." So a joke like that, he made her feel safe about her although she may be coming from the paranoid schizoid place. He was in the mode of, well, let's not shame her for it or mock her for it. Let's just go with the defense. Normalize it that she has it. Don't blame her for it. Acknowledge her anger and the wish for the money. So that the play on the thing, the deposit on the BMW, the play the two double there. So she got to admit both. So the tension, the safety, then she laughed. So the first part is tension, she's feeling tense. He gave some kind of thing that made her feel safe, meaning not shaming her. It's okay. Yeah, everyone gets older and you're angry, that's okay. Oh, so she laughed, right? So the first part of the joke is tension. Second part of the joke, you feel safer. That contrast, that psychic energy, the lid on it, doesn't need to be there anymore, so it's released. You lift the lid and laughter. Again, according to Freud, unconscious material is held in repression by specific amounts of psychic energy. When the other fellow hits at this material by telling a joke, the psychic energy diverted to the task of holding the material in repression becomes superfluous for a second, and is transformed into laughter. That fact alone secures a lasting place in science to Freud's early discovery of one of the inner mechanisms of laughter. He confuses me here because Berger also quoted all the old ancient literature people who kind of made reference to this. So why is he saying Freud discovered this when he, at the same time, he quoted other people Schopenhauer, what's his name? Montague and Montaigne and Schopenhauer. I didn't include it here in this batch, but maybe in another video. I have some quotes in the honorable mention pile, so it's sort of in there. What was it? The Montaigne guy said, humor is about when you feel safe. When you feel safe, then you laugh. Something like that. So he said it there. Yeah, that joke, the nomad joke, is from Steve Behrman. We can all live like nomads. What? Little tension. Lid on the id, right? Oh, tension, lid on the id. Where I know mad at you and you know mad at me. Okay. So now you can laugh. So you lift the lid, you can laughter. So if it's a minor thing, you lift the lid, you laugh, right? But if it's this mechanism, this dynamic applies to deeper issues. If a person has lifelong pain and sadness, and you feel safe, then you may weep. So if it's a deeper thing about lifelong denied grief, and you feel safe, you lift the lid, you'll weep and cry. But if it's just this micro benign little thing, you'll laugh. But same kind of dynamic, right? And some people say also, Bergman and others, yeah, Bergman I think said it too, that there's a kind of parallel there with therapy. The client is in bottled up tension his whole life, this rigid thing, the lid on the id. But when you do therapy, you get a broader perspective. You see the third side of the coin, the two sides, empathy statements. Although you know this, nevertheless, you find yourself feeling this. And it makes a person safer, it gives you some distance, safety. Okay? So then in the therapy process, you feel safer in comparison to your previous tension. Okay? Then there may be like a weeping thing, right? Or a weeping and crying thing. So it's a similar kind of thing. That's why people say positive humor, therapeutic type of humor, resembles therapy, like a micro mini version of therapy. But if your psychic structure is the paranoid schizoid position, no, it's not therapy. If you're in the paranoid schizoid position, that kind of humor is just a discharge, you forget it. It doesn't admit something deeper. You're actually just cycling it around kind of thing. Oh, he's an idiot, ha ha ha. And next day later, oh, he's an idiot, ha. You're just kind of finding different variations of it. That's just maintaining the structure of, I'll be the shaming mother, you play my shame self, I'll be the shaming mother, that keeps me safe with the mother, I don't feel the pain of it, I have the tension of being shamed by the mother, but I'll be the shaming mother that makes me feel a little safer, because mother felt a little safer when she shamed the baby. Mother got some kind of little pleasure or comfort when she shamed the baby, right? Used the baby, exploited the baby, parentified the baby, got some kind of, used the baby as a teddy bear. She got some kind of pleasure like that, right? So humor in that place, sadistic humor, is not therapeutic. That kind of humor, when people say humor is therapy, it's not for that. It's just a momentary release, and maybe in certain situations, on certain occasions, maybe everybody needs that kind of release just to lighten the mood or something. But it's not like when people say humor is therapeutic, they're talking about it in those, like the pigeon joke kind of area, or the other one about, are you a creationist or an evolutionist? Oh, me? Yeah, I'm both. I believe we were created to evolve. So you hold the two sides. You're not choosing either or, you're doing a both and. So both and perspectives are the therapy humor. The both and. The ego and the id, the two sides. A joke that accepts or acknowledges the two sides, or something that's denied. That kind of thing is considered helpful and humorous, right? But the insult, these dictionary, these put down joke things, he's an idiot and you're an idiot, these kind of emotional sadism as a defense against the masochism, there's no healing in that. There's no healing in that. The healing is when you see the two sides, create a strong ego that holds the two sides, search for the third side of the coin that holds the two sides. That kind of area. So when humor is not at somebody's expense, put it that way, if it's not at your expense, so let's say a bunch of people tease somebody and they're all laughing, it's at somebody's expense. If the group laughs at the scapegoated person and he's the butt of all the jokes, then the group says, I'm not the masochist, he's the masochist, we're the sadist. We're the mother, I'm not the victim of the mother, because I'm the mother. He'll play me, who's the victim of the mother. So that poor guy is scapegoated. That's not therapy. Repeating the abuse is not therapy. So most of this humor, the vast majority of humor is sort of in that area, right? It's very rare to find genuine, loving kind of humor, therapy kind of humor. And ironically, Steve Behrman, some of his jokes are sort of the negative kind of jokes like that. He has some kind of creepy jokes, so he's sort of a mixed bag, that guy. Some of his jokes, I think, I plucked out the 4 that I thought are sort of in the therapy area, right? The truth will upset you free, that one. The nomad one. I believe we were created to evolve one. And the pigeon one. Those are the 4 jokes I thought were sort of in the more helpful area. But some of his other jokes might as well be in the stinger area. So he's sort of a mixed bag. Either he's in a stinger place and feels safe and becomes the therapy guy, or he's in a clinger pleaser place, but under stress he becomes a stinger one. I'm not really sure. I don't know that well. I'll give him the benefit. I think maybe, yeah. Let's say for the time being, he is in the help. He is in the pleaser saver one, helping others one, the clinger, the pleaser one, and maybe under stress he regresses to the negative, the more darker humor, and feels badly and comes back to it. People may be in the clinger, but under a lot of stress, but that's not their psychic structure. They're just pushed back there under the regression, under the stress. If they feel safe, they go back to their default place. But people in a stinger place, they're always in that place, no matter they feel safe or not. Or if they're in a stinger place, they may entertain clinger humor, helpful, playful, spontaneous, playful, harmless humor. They may be okay with that if they feel safe enough to accept that kind of thing. But they hate that kind of thing. That's a stinger place. So hence the popularity of all the Archie Bungers and the Al Bundy and all these, the honeymooner, obnoxious guy, all that verbal abuse. It's just endless barrage of put down humor, shaming humor, just non-stop. Oh my God, what's so fun? See, clingers don't really like that kind of humor. You're hurting people. Why are you laughing at somebody suffering in pain? Well, I feel better because I don't feel that I was shamed if I'm the aggressor. So you're scapegoating somebody? Again, go to the last video. 2741, last one by Berger. A lot of great quotes by Berger. Yes, yesterday we did 3 quotes by Berger. Today we did one on humor by Berger, and one on uncanniness by Berger, and 2 by this ego ideal and the super ego one. Well, we got one last quote here by Robert Bly. Yeah, Robert Bly has a book called Sibling Society. I still haven't kind of worked my way through it, to tell you the truth. Robert Bly admits, yeah, I went on a bit of a rant there. So he was a little in a bad mood when he wrote that book. But this quote here, I thought maybe was a little helpful of what he means by the phrase sibling society. So Robert Bly is quoting some guy in a magazine. I don't know who he is. Some guy named John Katz remarks, quote, okay, a collection of tribal enclaves, the haves and the have-nots or whatever. A collection of tribal enclaves, 20% to 80% maybe, each responsive to its own interests, but unable or unwilling to step beyond itself on behalf of a common good. That sentence is a very concise description of the sibling society. So here's Robert Bly saying himself that he's willing to summarize what he means by sibling society by what this guy said here. Right? So the short sellers, they're like a club of peers who plunder the planet and make a quick buck. They're only interested in that. The short sellers are only interested in making a quick buck by plundering the planet. So that's like a tribal enclave, maybe. Maybe anthropologists are only invested in their little clique group, and historians in their little clique group. Geology, maybe like all these different specialties and areas of study or something. And teenagers have their issue. What tribal enclave is he talking about? Well, the only thing that comes to mind is the pillagers, the people who feel entitled to plunder the planet because their mother plundered their soul. Right? So we all have a psychic house called a soul castle. Mother stole that land. Identification of the aggressor, they go through life stealing land, plundering land, because mother did that to them. So maybe so we call them the short sellers, right? And they're envy-based characters. So the envy-based characters have that common interest. Oh, I got to protect my interest here. I got to plunder because my mother plundered. That's my connection to her. That's my interest. They don't see beyond that interest, quote unquote, to the common good. Short sellers are very self-centered, obviously, right? So that's what he means by sibling society. Lack of. He goes on a long rant about the missing father and all this. The importance of fathers to help sons separate from the mother. That area. This is what time is it here? 5:30. No guests coming yet. Maybe it's later on. Usually at night. Oh, they got all set up there. Oh yeah, they are prepared for night now. Okay, when the first guest comes in, I'll just wrap the video up here. Oh yeah, that table beside me is reserved. Oh, I get it. Yeah, at night, this place is packed every night. This is a very popular restaurant at night. And sometimes in the afternoon it's a little mellow like this, like today. My yesterday's video went late into the night. Went to so I had a very late night. So I'm a little fatigued today. I'm not fully energized today. My last video was done very late at night. I got home quite late and all that. But I've got quotes, I want to post the quotes, so please don't judge these quotes by me. I haven't been analyzed. I'm trying to learn this. I'm just a compiler passing it along. My discussion is just kind of for me to learn it. So I have this fantasy audience here through the phone here. That gives me a sense that I'm talking to somebody, I guess. It's relational, right? In the brain, every memory is a relationship. So maybe I'm projecting maybe I'm recreating not being heard, right? Mother didn't hear me. I'm talking to an imaginary audience. They didn't hear me. So if we're disappointed, we recreate the disappointment. So maybe I feel like I'm controlling the mother. Well, I hold the phone. I'm controlling the phone. I control my imagination. If there's a fantasy audience, maybe there's like an attempt to control back. It's back in the past, right? So the baby had a fantasy, ultimately, that he wishes he could control the mother. If he can't get mother's love, his joy and sadness gets zooped away, right? Anger's at the console. With that anger, he wants to control the breast mother. So this issue of control goes back to the time when the baby thought he was so desperate, he's not getting mother's love, which should have been voluntarily, freely given, right? That's the essence of mothering, to voluntarily do that. The baby didn't get that. He's so enraged, now he wants to control things. He wants to control the breast. So people who are very controlling, that's for them to know that the mother didn't freely meet the baby's needs, the person's needs when they were a baby. And nobody in the present wants to be controlled, because they're not the breast in the past. So a lot of people resent this issue of being controlled, right? And one variation of it is the OCD thing, micro-controlling, obsessive-compulsive, because obsessive OCD, you're trying to control every little thing. Every little thing is mother, so you want to control every little thing because you're still back in the past wanting to control the mother. Now the ego ideal is impossible. You want to control things so perfectly that the thing you're controlling is the perfect goddess breast that you needed back in the nursery. It didn't work, you're disappointed, you're enraged, so you microcontrol it and you're doing it again and again. Back to the ego ideal. What? You're trying to get mother's love in the present? Did you save her in the past? No. It doesn't work. So OCD doesn't work in terms of healing the trauma of the past. It's a pseudo-aggressive defense mechanism against the underlying pain that you're denying. Dysfunction keeps you tied to the abusive mother. Well, how are we doing now? 5:40. Well, they're probably going to come in soon, so I might as well just maybe keep this short video. The last video was 5.5 hours long. Yeah, I'm having this feeling that I missed a lot of points. I didn't make clearly too well some of the points. I think I did a better job in the past videos. If you go to any of the recent past videos prior to this one, I think you'll get a fuller, deeper, in-depth discussion. Today I've been a little skimpy, to tell you the truth. Plus, this quote about the ego ideal and the superego, I also feel isn't all that clear. I'm going to have to say my favorite quote, personally, is the humor one. Maybe that's the uncanny one, the humor one, okay. Now the superego one is okay. I personally like it, the ego ideal and the superego. It's some construct of understanding this issue of the inner critic. So most people regard the inner critic unpleasable. You can never please the inner critic. So that means searching for perfection or addiction to perfection, search for glory, fame, prestige, as mentioned before. That's a defense against the grief. Either we grieve and heal, or we don't grieve and repeat pseudo-aggression. It's not a genuine assertion, it's a pseudo-activity to distract you as a defense against the real quote-unquote assertion to grieve. So that's what Bergler means by pseudo-aggression. Bergler's metaphor is a little unclear about this. He does an analogy with the courtroom thing. So the soul is guilty, right? The child, the soul is guilty. Let's see if I remember it. So the soul hires a lawyer for help. So the soul has a lawyer. The soul's lawyer talks to the district attorney. Look, please forgive the soul. He's harmless. Come on, lighten up on him. No, he's guilty. Well, let's cut a deal. He's not guilty of the major crime of psychic masochism. Let's just let him confess to the lesser crime of being guilty to something dysfunctional. Will that work? Well, let me take it to the judge. Well, judge, what do you say? This poor guy, we'll say he's guilty of being dysfunctional, and his punishment will be he'll be dysfunctional for life. Should we go with that? The judge, the superego says, fine, okay. In other words, don't admit the deeper issue, that you're masochistically bonded to the abusive mother and you're stuck there, and you made it, and you get this guilty pleasure. Yeah, the phrase guilty pleasure might come from this. Maybe that phrase guilty pleasure is in relation to this. You feel this icky thing. It's oh yeah. Martha Stark keeps saying the familial is familiar. If the painful, dysfunctional family, familial family, if it's familiar, that's that icky feeling. No, superego says, you can't live like that. I don't like this. How about a distraction? I'll confess to the lesser crime. Virgo calls that a rescue station, like a rescue station. Well, I'll just think my problem is because I'm an emotional eater, or I blame people. Okay, well, if you want to distract yourself from that, because you're not ready, you're not. You're not able to face and metabolize that kind of pain. So to protect yourself from that kind of pain, create the straw man issue, the lesser crime issue, the so-called rescue station issue, that your real problem is fill in the blank. Susan Anderson has a list of 200 dysfunctional traits, dysfunctional personality patterns, dysfunctional habits, and that's your punishment, the soul's punishment, he says. It's not perfect. It's not perfect. It's in his books. Yeah. Somebody on YouTube sort of did an abbreviated version of it. It's not very clear, but maybe it was Berger's teaching attempt to make us aware that we felt pain with the mother, but the attachment, we need the attachment. We need the attachment. So we gotta accept the pain and tolerate the pain and transfer the pleasure of the attachment to the pain, blur it up, and not know that you blurred it up. That's called psychic masochism. And because it's so confusing, what you end up doing is creating a straw man for yourself. So Virgo's jargon is called the libidinalization of psychic pain. The libidinalization, the making the pleasurable of life force pleasure. The libidinalization of unconscious guilt, shame, pain, etc. Yeah, imagine that, eh? That's emotional masochism. He calls that psychic masochism. The libidinalization So in other words, the person who chooses wrong partners, Katie Lee's song, it must be something psychological. Katie Lee, she says, it's not logical. It's really quite explainable. I like this emotionally abusive man because he's unattainable. My mother was unattainable, so she chooses wrong men to replay that the mother was emotionally unavailable, so she only is attracted to emotionally unavailable men. It's not logical, it's psychological. It's really quite explainable. She likes it because he's unattainable. So this is the psychic masochism, the emotional masochism, and she's not fully aware of it. So she'll blame, what's wrong with these guys? Why are men such jerks? And she'll say the problems with them. Then not look at why she's attracted to those guys. She's not aware fully, maybe partially, that's the benefit of the song, but maybe she's not fully aware that those guys that she's attracted to trigger the memory of the relationship and the wiring with the mother that rejected them. So the person in the present is seen as an emotional reincarnation of the rejecting mother. The person in the present, just a trigger of that relational dynamic with the mother. Then you transfer the mother in the past to the partner in the present. See the partner in the present as an emotional reincarnation of the mother. That's called transference. Like you transfer the past into the present. The person in the present is a stand-in for the mother in the past, and you're only attracted to them to know that you were disappointed. So the purpose of being attracted to the wrong people is to know your mother was wrong. Once you do that, you're healing, right? The purpose of repetition compulsion and recreating problems is to know the original problem. So her blaming man, that's pseudo-aggression. If she can say, wait a minute, I'm meant to know how my mother treated me, so I'm going to be interested only in those who resemble the mother. And that's for me to know how my mother treated me. I see, I'm only attracted to emotionally unavailable men. I see, that's for me to know that my mother was emotionally unavailable. Now you're getting somewhere. Right? That's the therapy journey. To make the link, the unconscious conscious. That's cozy, eh? They set up the table for the next table is all set up. Looks kind of cozy in there, eh? Yeah, it looks kind of nice. Okay, let's make this a short video today. Yeah. Let me just hold on a second. Oh, the guests are coming in. All right, that's good timing. Let's go. Oh, reserved. Yeah, look at that. That was my table. That was the table I started in. I started this video. Do you see it? Say they're reserved. Oh, these are all reserved. Look at this, eh? All reserved, eh? It's busy here. You guys are busy at night, yeah? Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'll leave now. Yeah, I'll see you maybe in a few days or something like that. Yeah, you guys are great. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it's a nice little spot. And they got a nice, friendly staff. Yeah, I noticed that these smaller kind of places, the staff really have to be on friendly terms, right? Otherwise they'd get on each other's nerves, right? Oh, I wish I could use this empty. There's an empty space here, like an empty office for rent.
Going down. ประตูกำลังปิดค่ะ Doors are closing. Please keep clear. ชั้นหนึ่งค่ะ First floor.
maybe reserved. Look at this, reserved. I think it's reserved. Should we just just finish up here maybe? Any final thoughts here? Any final thoughts? That second coffee, yeah, it didn't give me much of a little boost there, yeah. Am I getting already immune to the caffeine? I don't like that, yeah. No, I don't want that. I don't want that kind of thing. I want it to be the case where one caffeine is enough for me. I don't want to like have that phenomena of I need two and then three. No. Yeah, somebody equated. Yeah, no. We don't have a thread on many topics. We've got 60 topics on the go. Humor, projection, projective identification, reaction formation, okay, the personality patterns, stingers, the clingers, repetition, compulsion, transference, acting out, shame, envy, greed, transference, love. We got psychologically minded TV show and film quotes, interpretations of myths and fairy tales, the body bears the burden one, and so on, yeah. But we don't have a thread on alcoholism. But we do have a few sprinkling of quotes on it. By Burglar. Burglar's the main one, actually. He describes it as the jocose, morose, bellicose, comatose. So, yeah, mother rejected him. The fluid, the powder stuff was a rejection. He's going to be infantile megalomania. I'm gonna fix I'm gonna be the hero here. So I'm gonna leave the abusive mother, search for synthetic symbolic stimulating fluid, alcohol, right? So he's excited. That's the jocose. I don't need your mother. So he's an emotional refugee from the love that he seeks. So leaving the abusive mother, he's excited. He's free. Now he's going to be the one to give himself autocratic. He's going to give himself the stimulating fluid, the symbol, the alcohol spirits. Maternal spirit, okay, didn't get it. I'll get synthetic, fantasy, symbolic spirits. So alcoholic spirits, well, let's make that a symbol for maternal spirit. So he's going to leave the abusive mother, be the one to give himself maternal spirit, i.e. alcoholic spirits. What does that do? It replays the disappointment. He's recreating the disappointment. Yeah. Then he goes into the morose. He feels sad. Oh, I feel sad. But like, then there may be like a boost to the bellicose. And this can be seen like being cynical about the world, cynical towards the mother. Try to preserve his infantile megalomania. So he may be rude or belligerent or bellicose. And then the hangover, he's comatose. The hangover, he means it that way, right? Like you're passive. So jocose, morose, bellicose, comatose. He just means like the hangover phase. You're like in this passive. And another quote about alcohol was no, that's it. That's the main one, yeah. And the cigarette one, we mentioned that to trigger. See, the baby needs the nipple. What if there's no nipple? He might use his thumb, right? So some people think maybe the cigarette is to trigger the memory of the thumb. It's like a continuation, but they don't remember it. So they have this appeal that the stimulating symbol for the thumb can be the cigarette or cigar or whatever. I don't know about. So we don't have a thread on smoking, alcoholism, let alone some of the more challenging topics. So a lot of topics are sort of out of my zone, to tell you the truth. Not too familiar with. And yesterday, yeah, we saw I made a quick reference to another topic which we don't have a thread on. So there's a lot of new material we need to include here. 10,000 quotes. It's a good start. It's a good solid start. We do developmental theory, Margaret Mulder's theory, from birth to 3, that one there. Object relations theory, about the psychic, intrapsychic, internal working models, or schema scripts. And the first quote in today's video, you know, the neural pathways and all this. So we're trying to study this broad area. Interpersonal leads to the intrapsychic. The relationship that the baby has with the mother leads to the intrapsychic. This intrapsychic, inside out, reveals itself outwardly later on. Then it's as above, so below, inside out. So the interaction creates the inside out, as above, so below. We want to look at this whole thing because the source point is the memory system, this neural pathway thing. We got to look at this, shine a light on it. We need vision, light lantern, night vision, lantern, see some of this stuff so that we can understand, make new choices, and update the script, those kinds of things. And a big part of this is forgive your mother for her soul blindness, for being misattuned and malattuned, for maybe repeating her trauma onto the child because she had the fantasy that she wanted to heal from her trauma. So she needed to recreate it in her, and she's also engaged in repetition compulsion. We're all engaged in repetition compulsion to have the fantasy that we can change the past. So the mother is traumatized in many cases, right? So that's part of forgiveness. Look at your mother's favorite jokes. Are they like those sadistic kind of jokes? Well, that's a clue of trauma before 18 months. Birth order issue might help. Find out the earliest memories. It could be a theme there. Is she manipulative and gains pupil play? Is she trying to externalize something denied about her? Then in her fantasy, she can feel that she's one with the mother, and if mother knows what the baby's feeling, mother's going to soothe them. If there's a failure there in the present, the mother might be gamey and tricky to get others to feel what they're not feeling, with the fantasy that if you're feeling the same thing, if they're feeling what I'm feeling, and it's the same, then we're one. Well, the original, baby and the mother are one. Baby feels something, mother feels something, they're one. If the mother feels what the baby's feeling, remember the skin-to-skin contact? Then the mother soothes the baby and allows them to differentiate. So if that's failed, one clue is if the mother's very manipulative and tricky and deceiving and deceptive, makes you annoyed and makes you, and she's important and you're ashamed, and she sees her shame be expressed, externalized by someone else. It could be the child, it could be the husband, someone else. So that's a clue that she's hoping to get the oneness of the mother and be soothed, and that was missing. It never works. Nobody in the present can be the good, perfect breast mother that was needed back in the past. It never works. Oh, got some lights here. How's the noise? Can you still hear me over the traffic on the street? So that's a major topic, projective identification, recently discussed in the past videos. I believe I've done better videos recently than this one. So don't think the most recent video is the best video. It goes up and down a bit, so yeah. But Robert Bly's advice, Robert Bly's advice, read psychology every day for 10 minutes. So each video, there's roughly 10 minutes worth of reading. Pick out one quote. 1,000 videos. Okay? Pick out one for the 1,000 videos. One, in effect, can customize and create their own 1,001 windmills of the mind as a good bait, as a starting point, a good starting point. So find yourself an interesting insight a day, one a day. Do it for 3 years as a starting point. And use and free associate and build on it, etc., etc. Yeah. It's a kind of journey, right? second journey in midlife, hero's journey in midlife, midlife audit, midlife examination period, midlife self-reappraisal period, all about reclaiming, re-owning what we lost originally. Much of us is repressed, we want to get it back. Back to Robert Bly's metaphors, we put so much of ourself, repressed self, into this bag. Shadow behind you, don't see it, shadow self. We spend the rest of our lives getting back what we put in the bag. So our lost embodiment, our golden ball, the capacities of the real self, who we'd be had we been loved, the potential, our interests, ability to make capacities, ability to make I statements, to become an elder late in life, to know your interests. And if you know your interests and you express it, there's meaningful and pleasure and loving life. Joy and sadness and the ability to more, so much is in the bag. At midlife, we're called to reclaim this. Analysis leads to synthesis. If analysis doesn't lead to synthesis, well, it's either percolating, incubating, but one quote said, if analysis doesn't eventually lead to synthesis, then it wasn't a true analysis. So just keep on trying with other quotes, other theories, other ideas, right? So at current, the best theories we have are, in my opinion, the work of Edmund Burglar, Karen Horney, the work of James F. Masterson, who synthesizes the work of Melanie Klein, Margaret Muller, William Fairbairn, okay, plus add the work of Thomas Ogden, James Gottstein, okay, now plus Althea Horner, plus recently Martha Stark, and so on. Anything else? Should we go to the pool across the street? Across the street is another venue, yeah. How are we doing here? How's the battery? Let's check the battery. Battery's okay, 6 o'clock, all right. It's gonna get darker soon. Okay, let's just keep this, this video is barely 10% of my other videos. I feel like I really only delivered 10% of what I tried to do in previous videos. In some videos I really get into it, like I really want to give out and share what I know or learned. And sometimes I feel good about it. And recently I went deep to a degree and I got a pretty good dream that I found helpful. So once again, when you wake up and get a dream, that's your unconscious, repressed, denied self communicating to you. It's a message to your consciousness. So when you wake up, write down as best as you can what you remembered. Okay, one formula is TTAQ. Give the dream a title, identify the theme, main affect A, and see if you can, create some kind of question that you think maybe your repressed self, your denied self, your second self, your unconscious self is asking you. TTAQ. Title, theme, affect, question. So make some notes like that maybe. And then reassociate. And then ask yourself, what does this dream remind me of? Because the dream was just manifest. You got to find, usually the dreams don't fully reveal things. It's kind of coded a little bit. So then you go further. What does this dream remind me of? And then you may get broader, deeper things coming up, right? So dreams can be about wish fulfillment, preserving your grandiosity maybe, or trying to help you to feel what you couldn't feel. It's trying to process, teach you your theme, show you your patterns, showing you what's going on. So it's interesting that we can remember some of our dreams. It's this effort to know ourselves more. Go for a walk. Should we check out the other place? About a 5-minute walk from here, there's another outdoor venue. It's quieter. Oh, what the hell? Let's just go for a short walk, yeah. take a peek. Let's take a peek at this spot here. Hold on a second. Elevators are busy. Oh, there's a little coffee shop here, eh? Hey, there's an elevator here. Hang on. What was it? Oh, hang on. Oh, this is not open. Oh, that's what it is. Okay. Yeah, it's not open yet. This place is still under construction. It's only partially open. This is moving. Oh, here we go. All right. Oh. All right. So when the rooftop opens on this place, I'll come check it out and see. Give you see the view. 45 floors, yeah. This is a 45. What's this here? The pool's this way. Yeah, I'm just gonna take a peek here. Thanks. Yeah. Yeah, just taking a quick peek here. Okay.
Friends?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay, great. Thanks. Yeah. No, I'm good. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. I'm not. No, I got it mixed up here. It's another place I was looking for, not this one. Oh, thanks.
You need to come with gifts, right?
Oh.
Oh, I know. I think you left it under the
going
real
down.
Christmas tree.
No.
Oh my god.
Six dragons. I don't know what kind of dragon.
Okay, we leave it.
그리고
Oh, here's an interesting wooden thing here. So spinning top or something. Yeah, it's the next one I wanted to show you. Hang on. So I'll show you another venue where some future videos will be done. I just want to see what it's like, lighting wise. So, yeah. So we'll be doing some future videos in this place here. But yeah, look, at night, no, it doesn't work at night. Okay. Isn't that nice? Yeah, look at that, eh? Isn't this a nice little place here? Yeah. Let me show you Catherine. There's Catherine. The swan there, yeah, can you see him? I don't know if you can see him. There he is, in the middle there. That white dot in the middle, that's... it's too dark at night. I couldn't do it here at night. Now here's Catherine. Hello, Catherine. Yeah, yeah. Okay, good to know. Forget about doing this at night here. Not enough light, even if... I think maybe this video for me gave me a little bit more respect and appreciation for Mr. Freud. Thanks to Edmund Berger, because I've avoided the whole issue of what Freud said or didn't say, or metaphorically maybe said or didn't say. Was it a joke? What's going on with that? But when Berger says something, oh yeah, I trust him very, very much. Very authentic guy. True truth seeker, you know. And yeah, 24 books, 300 articles. You know, the #1 most prolific author of psychoanalysis, direct into English. He wrote directly into English. He's a German speaker, but he wrote it in English directly himself. See, so underappreciated author. He's got one book is on writing. Another one is on humor, another one is on money, the superego, psychic masochism, self-defeating behavior, and it kind of goes on like that. Well, I guess I'll just find some light here and wrap up the video here. Let's see if we can spend a few minutes here to wind down the video. Yeah, okay, good, yeah. Oh, good, yeah, okay, it's quiet here, great. Let's finish it up here. Any final thoughts here? How's the lighting here? Lighting's better here? Okay. Actually, I did one video at this very spot, yeah. But it's not too convenient because the front desk is just beside me there. There's this big billboard poster. It takes up pretty much the whole wall, showing you a table full, like food dishes. Like a shish kebab. The bread, like a whole round bread where the middle part's scooped up, and you use the bread kind of like a bowl or something. The bread bowl one. Some salad. Some kind of rolls of some type, and another kind of salad, or shish kebab. Yeah, I want to add more substance to this video. I wish I could give a little more oomph to this video. Yeah, if I can tolerate, I hope you can't, the inconsistency of the quality of the videos. Lately there have been some strong videos. I would say there have been quite a few good strong videos. Once in a while there's a kind of a dip. Today, I regard today's video sort of in that dip a little bit. Yeah, we don't, another topic we don't have is this this speaking of skin to skin, right? Yeah. We don't have any quotes on this whole tattoo issue. Zilch. I haven't looked into it at all, but it's quite a statement, you know. It's quite a. I think, what's her name? Lemma or something. She has a book on the topic. I skimmed it. I didn't think too much of it, but if I remember correctly, the gist of it was, you want to internalize some image. You want a stable image that you can count on and have it as an internalization. So it's missing. So she thinks maybe some of there are different reasons for it. For example, we had one quote about the beard, and the guy had like 50 different reasons why a person has a beard. Sometimes it's a teddy bear, it's soft, warm, it's your mother comforting. Other time you want to hide something, you know. And he had this whole long list about it. Or you want to feel your power, your manner, masculinity or something, your embodiment, your hairy body. And a whole long list. So there's no one like clear set answer for why somebody does such a thing. I think she was saying one of the many long list of reasons was if there's what they call a deficit, a psychic deficit, not enough of a strong image of the mother that's there for them. Well, maybe if you paint something on your arm, you think like it's with you. It's always with you, as if in your brain there's always an image that supported you. So you paint it to give it to yourself. Nonsense. It's not going to work. But that's sort of like an effort to cry for love, cry for some stable, supporting image. But why do you gotta do it like that? I don't know. And there may be the social factor and the club-like factor, and maybe the hiding factor, or maybe intimidating factor, or maybe attention-seeking factor. Okay, I have no real clear thoughts on that, to tell you the truth. But at some point, I'd like to, I think at some point, I'd like to find an author who maybe interviewed people with all their tattoos, why they have it, what does it do for them, maybe read what he said about it, what research has been done on it. And some indigenous groups use tattoos. Inuit, some of the Inuit, or the Maoris famous for it, right? maybe it's like an object. This whole thing about having an object, like a support, something as well. So maybe sometimes it does function like a teddy bear, maybe, or a symbol of support, like like the totem pole kind of thing. So it's like, yeah, you're creating your own totem pole or something. What's a totem pole? Well, it's just symbols of support, basically. I don't know if I can improv. Can I improv that? Yeah, what'd you say? Did you mean that? Oh, come on. Do it this way. No, do it my way. Oh, last time we tried it your way. Do it my way. Come on, follow me. I wish I could speak more languages, yeah. Oh, sorry, see this is jumbo flashing screen just near me here. Actually, is it worth taking a peek? There's a minor view on the 7th floor, or 11th floor from here. But it's all dark, it's just, yeah, never mind. One day I want to do a video on a rooftop. Like show you like a nice panoramic city view like that. This is a nice little spot right here, yeah, right here. Well, if you found this video deficient anyway, try the last video or the one before it. They were strong videos, stronger videos. You know, I had one little mini insight about myself when I was interrupted. Like sometimes, like at the booth, I'd sit down, people kind of move. I had a couple of times when I had to like bounce around like 5, 6, 7 times in one video, and I found myself holding up a little bit. And I thought about that, and I think on some level, I was unconsciously a little angry or annoyed by it, and I expressed it or communicating it by being passive-aggressive while I was speaking on the camera. I didn't want to give forth, like I didn't want to give freely. I wanted to withhold and show my anger. That's a sign of passive-aggressiveness, right? You don't want to give your best or whatever. You just want to withhold or something. Because you're angry, so you want to withdraw. One way to express your anger is to withdraw. So I was like withdrawing, taking a long time to make a point and saying and stopping and stuttering and going back a bit. Why am I doing? Well, and it's more than usual. It's more than my usual baseline ums and ahs and all this. But what's this about? Like, why am I taking a half an hour to like say 1 or 2 things? Well, I think I'm angry and I don't want to say it anymore because I was trying to say and I got interrupted. I tried it. It was okay. And the second time, okay. Third time, but after 5, 6 times, oh come on! Now I don't want. Now I kind of like the anger that I was feeling made me passive aggressive. So I wasn't aware that I was angry. But I was acting it in a passive way, but I wasn't aware of it. That's called passive aggressiveness. So passive aggressiveness means you're angry, but you're afraid to know it consciously. So you do things in your behavior that express that anger. Typically, it's lateness. If the staff are unhappy, they might do their work poorly on purpose, unconsciously. They don't want to give their best. So I was sort of maybe in that mode. I didn't want to give my best delivery. I didn't want to say, I'm tired of saying, because every time I said I got interrupted, I'm angry at being interrupted, so I don't want to say it. So yeah, oh my God, yeah, that's one of our topics, passive aggressiveness. Yeah, Scott Wetzler is sort of the lead author on that one, Scott Wetzler. His book is called The Passive Aggressive Man. And he actually a news show, one of those news shows, I don't know, 20 or 60 minutes, one of those kinds of news shows. They did a news segment, like a whole news program, just based on that book, teaching the public about passive aggressiveness. It wasn't too bad. And yes, they interviewed the author, and he gave some, pretty clear, sharp answers. That was a good little program. It's about 20 minutes long. It's on YouTube. Type in Scott Wetzler, passive aggressive man, and look for that news item. It's either 20 or 60 minutes, one of those two ones. And yeah, it's worth the 20. It's worth spending the 20 minutes on it. You'll get a good immediate sense of what this passive aggressiveness is. It's not just lateness. It can also be like you don't want to cooperate with anybody. So you see the demanding mother onto everybody. What anybody wants, no. So you delay, divert, make excuses, avoid, distract. You're being kind of annoying like that. That's not cooperating. I think that was one of the examples, right? That was a year ago, yeah. That was about roughly 1 year ago, around this time, yeah, we did that video. I remember I tried to play the clip. I had the laptop. I tried to play it on the phone here. The audio is not too loud, so when I did it on the phone, it's kind of, you can still hear it, but it's kind of muffled. It's better to go to YouTube directly. Not a bad little book. It was a popular, big hit. It was a bit of a hit. Passive Aggressive Man, Scott Wetzler. What else passive aggressive is? He called it covert anger, sneaky anger, quiet anger. You express your anger passively, like by being passive. Your passiveness is designed to make others angry because you're angry. You want to coax others to be angry. So the effect is other people will be angry. And the end result of somebody being passive aggressive, finally others will be angry. So you've externalized your anger. So if somebody's being passive aggressive, immediately you can have that as an option. Oh, maybe they're angry. Like they don't want to answer your questions or maybe give you the wrong information. Deliberate work inefficiency might be like that. Usually it's the lateness one, right? Usually it's the lateness. But we had a small list of examples. There's that flashing. Oh, they're advertising for some kind of a... Well, kind of. How do I do this? Does that work? Not really. Is that better? Well, at least I don't see the flashing light there. Any final thoughts here? I still see it on my side there. Any final thoughts here? Should we take a peek on the 11th floor? Okay, let's try. Wasn't it? Yeah, 11. Yeah. Actually, oh yeah, what about the 12th one? Let's see. Oh yeah, on the 12th floor they've got some kind of artworky, some kind of art paintings. Let's see if they're still there. Let's go to the 12th one first. Oh, it's all dark here. Ah, I can't see it. Okay, forget it. No, all the paintings are down anyways. All right, forget that. Well, this one's nice. This is this kind of stony kind of color. Yeah, it's nice. Got the dark one too. Oh no, okay, it's too, okay, there's too many people here, I forget it. You gotta buy it. That's very expensive in there, that one, yeah. It's too bad of a problem. Okay, let's wind down this video here. Actually, I've never tried to even go in here. Let's see. Okay, I'll wait. Oh, the music. Oh, forget it. Oh, no. All this music's copyrighted. There's no point going in there. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Okay, let me go back to the original spot and wind up the video here. This has been a little bit of a frivolous, slightly frivolous video towards the end here. Maybe it's my loneliness when I'm clinging to my fantasy audience. Oh, it's taken forever. Let's just wrap it up here then. Yeah. I'm eager to get the quotes out. That's sort of what drives me, that pushes me in a way. And I tell myself, well, it's okay if the delivery is sometimes mediocre. I feel like there's no collection like this out there, anywhere, any place. There is no collection of quotes from psychoanalysis. Can you believe it? The closest thing to it are some psychology dictionaries, but I've plucked out the best definitions from these psychology dictionaries. Right? And then the only other one was Gregory Bauer's book, done back in the 90s, I guess, called Wit and Wisdom in Dynamic Psychotherapy. But he's got a lot of Freud quotes in there, like the English, messy English translation. So if we take those out, what you got left from his book represents a tiny sample of what we have here in 1001 Windmills of Mind. Plus, I've already plucked out the best of those quotes and incorporated into our collection. So he had like maybe a couple of hundred quotes in there. We've got 10,000 quotes, like star quotes, plus another 1,000 or 2,000 sort of honorable mention type of quotes that are pretty good. So generally speaking, the quotes are meant to be clear, helpful, not too long, not too short, on topic, relevant, educational, generally speaking. Sometimes, there's a range there. Martha Stark is on the easiest range. I think today's one, like with Bergler, about the superego and the ego ideal, that's maybe kind of on the more obscure, abstract kind of area. So there's a bit of a range. So that sort of represents kind of the range there. Martha Stark representing the easiest, and today's Bergler's one maybe more on the harder side. This is the parking lot area. Well, it's not a bad. Oh, I got some light here. What about this spot here? Hold on. How's the lighting here? Not too much, right? Well, okay, let's just, there's the SkyTrain, yeah. Yeah, it's funny, I was debating, should I go to the other place, take the SkyTrain to the other place, or just be lazy and walk to this place. Roughly it takes the same time. Sometimes I draw on too much confidence, like sometimes, I'm feeling good, I did some good videos. Today's batch of quotes are not as strong, but let's keep going, you never know, right? But that first one by Martha Stark's not bad, right? The different phrases to describe the blueprint, the template, the burning neural pathways and all this. And these phrases are all interchangeable, right? And the emphasis is on constellation units, psychic object relations units, meaning our memories. It's not just isolated about us, it's in relation to somebody. It's because these memories are by the relationship with somebody. That's sort of a key thing there, because the child is in the passive, the mother's the active. Actually, Mr. Freud does say this is one of the key points in psychoanalysis, the active-passive thing. He means the emotional masochism, and the mother's the aggressor. So the child is the passive victim, the mother's the active aggressor, and things are widely exaggerated, it's burned in the brain, and you replay that with others in the past to know what happened in the past, and you got to forgive her. The act of forgiving her leads to building psychic structure. The act of forgiving your mother is actually good for your soul, like it's good for you to forgive the mother. Forgive your parents, heal yourself, says Barry Grosskopf, title of one of his books. Martha Stark adds the point that when you forgive your parents, your psyche somehow will start to accept the positive side of them. And now you're getting the goodness that you couldn't admit before. That part I don't fully get. Intuitively, it makes a little bit sense. So the goal is to see our parents as people, members of Homo traumacus. Okay? The more, Rosanna Deerchild quote, the more I learned of my mother's story, the more of a person she became to me. So see your parents as people, just people, not just parents. See them as people. Hopes and okay, Bruce Springs. Go to Bruce on YouTube, type in Bruce Springsteen, Independence Day, Toronto, and listen to the intro he gives to that song. That's very good. That's one of the best song introductions ever made, I think. That introduction right there. I wish every song had a psychological introduction like that one. Oh my God, we'd be way better off. Yeah. Or at least in every concert, every musician should give at least one insight. Not just make everything escapism. Make something interpretive, make something self-revealing. Move towards, so this, a reference here is our quote on literature. She was saying that most literature is escapism, but some literature is interpretive, like the Ibsens and the Goethes and these guys, and the playwrights that try to make you aware of yourself, know yourself, you know. That's called interpretive literature. But most literature is sort of escapism. Obviously most concerts and things are in that escapism. But there was a moment of when a musical concert was therapeutic. That's when Springsteen was talking about that. Warren Zevon's song, If You Won't Leave Me, I'll Find Somebody Who Will. Look up the song, If You Won't Leave Me, I'll Find Somebody Who Will. I mean, that title alone sort of summarizes the whole thing about repetition compulsion. Okay, we talked about that in the last video. Yeah, there's a bit of a breeze here, yeah. What is today anyways? What is 6:50? Hold on a second. What is today? Today's Wednesday. Oh my God, today's Wednesday. Yeah, I just flipped down the thing here. It's still, yesterday's video is still in the process of uploading. Sometimes it uploads quickly. Sometimes it takes like a week to upload. It's crazy like that, right? Yeah, not much to see here. Sorry, not much to show you. We do a thing in this series called the 48 Symptoms of Homo Traumacus. It takes about 2 hours to go through. Very emotional material, very speculative. The most recent run through of it, if you want to check it out, was done in the video. It marked part 3 of 3 of TQ 2725. It's a 7.5 hour video. It took me like almost 3 hours to set it up, kind of thing. And then another, 2 hours to kind of run through it, and then I kind of try to wind it down at the end. It's not perfect, it's a work in progress, but the theory is we're a traumatized version of ourselves from 10,000 years ago called Homo traumacus, Homo short-sellicus, Homo economicus. So then the storytellers came on the scene to try to heal us, and the interpretive literature and all of the philosophers like Confucius and Lao Tzu and ancient African wisdom, spirituality tradition, plus the wisdom traditions from all around the world. Same motifs, same ideas, expressed in little local ways maybe, but the same message, same psychological message. I'll just end it here then. Yeah. I'm so used to trying to find some happy ending or upbeat ending or some kind of comedy thing at the end, some little funny little thing at the end. everybody says you have to end your videos on something, you know, something that will, you know, smooth the way for a person to continue to. Right? On one of these sky trains, let me see if there, yeah, that one there. I have this fantasy that on one of the sky trains, it says on there, be your own story doctor. Be your own psychological detective. Analyze yourself. How do you analyze yourself? www.buymeacoffee.com/psychoanalysis. Okay. It's just so for a minor, trivial, administrative fee through that website, one can get this encyclopedia of insights. 10,000 quotes, 2,000 pages, single-spaced. It's quite an offering. If a publisher, I'm hoping a publisher will pick it up, and then it'll be much more expensive. So I would say get it now, you know, for the minor admin fee. 2,000 printed, you know, it'll cost a fair bit, I would think. So you can have it on your iPhone, read it while you're on the beach. It's motivating. I'm confident 1 out of 10 quotes. If you read for 10 minutes, read 10 quotes, I'm confident one will give you a little inspiration, a little hope, a little aha, a little, okay, yeah, I didn't know this, but I'm glad somebody thought it and wrote about it. It validates something. But don't say, oh, that's uncanny. Say, well, no, well, Shrink thought about it and articulated it. Maybe that's something I've been feeling. I'm grateful for that. Yeah, so today's quote about uncanniness, right? So this business of searching for synchronicity, uncanniness, and again, it's to trigger up the old feeling that you felt very important. And you make yourself feel important by creating the excuse to twist something like a general daily occurrence. Oh, that was uncanny. Oh, that was synchronicity. Yeah, God's, I'm special. I know this. You make yourself feel important with these kinds of things, right? Oh yeah, so let's say I would love for a publisher to, you know, pick up 1001 Windmills of the Mind. Let's say in a couple of days I get a call for that. Am I going to say that's uncanny? No. It's because maybe someone told their friends about this, or maybe someone heard it here just now and said, you know, check this out. And maybe someone appreciated this. There's nothing like it out there. This is immensely valuable for people at midlife. Anybody who reaches that point that something's missing, or they want to know more about themselves at a deeper level, and they realize self-help is not enough. The fluffy self-help stuff, most of it, you know, makes you feel good for the moment maybe, or I remember Clarissa Pinkola Estes would say when she began her second journey, she would read self-help books and treated the self-help books like little teddy bears, just little comforting kind of things. She said, that's okay, that's just like a phase. Then she had to go deeper. Then she went to Switzerland or something, or whatever it was. Yeah, popular author. I don't really have many quotes of hers. Her famous book, what is it? Women Who Run with Wolves. I think that's her famous book. I found it a little confusing. A little bit like Joseph Campbell, a little confusing like that. You gotta like pick out little parts maybe. I liked in the area of interpreting myths and fairy tales, John A. Sanford, you know, Robert Bly, of course. Hold on a second. I don't want anyone to think I'm filming them, so I have to turn. Someone walks in front of me, kind of. Yeah, there it is there, eh? Oh, you can't see. Oh, everything's dark here. You can't see it. Oh, there it is. There's the SkyTrain there. www.buymeacoffee.com/psychoanalysis. 1001 Windmills of the Mind. That'd be great if you could be on a. Yeah. So I would love for this to become well known and make this available. It'll elevate the general consciousness. It makes you know that there is an inner life, right? Number one. That's the message of the Pied Piper story. You know, the mayor said, what's the inner life? And no one believed there's such a thing as the inner life. Now finally at the end, yeah, they reckon, oh, there is such a thing as the inner life. Oh boy. So that's like a sort of the main message of it. The whole film was about the Pied Piper telling you, no, there is an inner life. And the human village spokesperson for the Pied Piper. The Pied Piper is like a fantasy, mystical, trickster, magical character. That's just a symbol for that he's an emissary of unconscious processes. But there was like a village guy, sort of like the land human voice of that. Interesting, the same actor played both, which was good, yeah. Means we live in two worlds. We live in two worlds. Oh yeah, there's a movie called Two Worlds. A fantasy, French comedy fantasy film called Two Worlds with English subtitles. And some ordinary guy who doesn't have his confidence in life fell down the rabbit hole and went into this magical other world. And then when he was zooped up, he felt more confident, and they went down, learned more, went up. So he was always zipping back and forth between the two worlds, right? His conscious daily life and the unconscious magical world. So as he spent time in this other magical world, he learned things and saw things, and then when he was zooped up, he was more confident. He went back down, owned more of himself. This went back and forth throughout the whole film, and finally by the end, he found his voice, and he can tell his girlfriend, I don't like the way you're treating me, and so he found his voice and his confidence, kind of thing. Not a bad little film called Two Worlds. There's another French film called not that one, not the disturbing one, the scary one. There's a comedy one, film called Two Worlds. What is it? De Monday, is that the one? And English subtitles. It's okay, it's not bad, but it's very vivid, it's very clear, right? Conscious, unconscious, two worlds. We live in two worlds, and he was zipping back and forth. That's the idea. Oh, let's check that inside part again. Hold on a second. Yeah, okay. Yeah, see, here's another sort of stony kind of, like the one upstairs, right? That kind of. Yes. This music might be copyrighted. Okay, I guess I'll finish the video here. So yeah, another good, one film that has won a Golden Windmills of the Mind award is the TV miniseries starring Amanda Sante, the Odyssey, starring Amanda Sante, filmed in Turkey. Beautiful scenery. International kind of production. The Hallmark company was involved, and some famous directors from Russia. What's his name? Andre? Is that right? Andre something? The soundtrack was from a famous Russian composer, Eduard Artemiev. Is that right? Eduard Artemiev. He did the soundtrack to that TV miniseries. I mention it because he passed away a year ago or something. And we have 2 songs from that soundtrack on our soundtrack. The Calypso one, great song, Calypso, and the finale song, beautiful sort of melody. The finale song was the music that was played when the person found their soul. That was the music in the background. So check that out, the finale. So he did a great job, Eduard Artemiev. Is that right? There's a mini documentary on YouTube about the making of that film. That's the best film version of the Odyssey, in my humble opinion. It's sort of, you know, it kind of has the feel for the myth. It keeps the feel for the myth. It does a great job, great job. If possible, watch the VHS. If you can get the VHS, because when they moved it over to digital, I couldn't believe it. They took out one of the most important key scenes, the one where the interaction between Odysseus and the sirens, where Odysseus had to tie himself to the mast. That whole scene, they just cut the whole thing out. I couldn't believe it. That was one of the most important key scenes. But okay, that's on the VHS. But nevertheless, if you can get the DVD, the first part, like you need the very, very beginning, and then the part 1 about the, that's not so important really, the horse and all that. But it's part 2 and part 3. That's the main thing. That's when he begins the hero's journey, the voyage home, inner home, metaphor for inner home. So that whole Odyssey, that whole thing, imagine it like one dream. Like imagine that whole thing is one dream, belonging to the psyche of a person. Treat it sort of like that. Put it on the couch like that. So nothing's literal. It's all metaphor, personifications of inner elements, right? What's this? Some kind of a coffee table book? What's this? Oh, like some kind of a black and white. Oh, like some kind of architecture kind of thing. Yeah. That's good. Yeah. Oh, there's a color one. Oh, that's nice. Sort of. Yeah, the bird. That's nice. This one. How's that one? That's nice. Oh yeah, another one. Oh no, the Blue Jays. Oh, I love this one. Oh yeah, here's a nice one. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh. Here's a. Oh yeah. Okay, another bird here. All right. Well, I got some nice ones here. All right. Another one. Oh, those are just the color ones. Okay, the rest are black and white. Oh yeah, I remember I had some art books, but I had maybe a year and a half ago. I was including some paintings from art books in our discussion on certain topics. That was a while ago, yeah. What's his name again? Thomas? Oh, thanks. Oh, yeah, that's the one where I found the stepping out painting by Roy Lichtenstein. I found it in there. Some other ones. What's the Thomas Cole? Is that the one? He has sort of a version of the journey of life, like the stages of life. That one there. Okay. Why don't we end up with that nice bluebird? The bluebird of happiness is within. One of our companion animals to the collection is the blue jay. Why don't we end up there with the bluebird here? The bluebird of happiness is within. And here we go. Here, yeah. So like Shirley Temple says, look within. Happiness is an inside. Is an expression of your insides. The bluebird of happiness is within. Okay, thanks very much. I'll see you in the next video. Or anything else? That's it? All right. Okay. Let's try that again. All right. Okay, Shirley Temple says the bluebird of happiness is within. Strengthening the ego, then we know our uniqueness, which we express, and that's the bluebird of happiness. See you next time. Okay, see you next time. See you in 2743.